and powerful mandate. We're going to put very serious tariffs on Mexico and Canada. We don't need their cars. We don't need their lumber. They should be a state.
The inauguration of Donald J. Trump. From Washington, here are Omar Sachedina and Vassy Kapelos.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our special coverage of the inauguration of Donald Trump. I'm Omar Sachedina.
And I'm Vassy Kapelos.
On a balmy day, -6, actually, quite tropical by Canadian standards, we know that a lot of the events that were supposed to happen outdoors today have been moved indoors. There were thousands of seats that were set up previously for today's inauguration, but again, the events will be happening inside the rotunda in the Capitol Rotunda, which is the first time, actually, that's happened in 40 years, not since the start of Ronald Reagan's second term.
And you kind of have a look of the National Mall there to get a sense of how it's not what we thought it would be, right? Tens of thousands of people, I'm sure you've run into them like I have, who had planned to make the trek here. Some of them will still be able to see the ceremony and the sort of actual inauguration process through big screens, but most of them will not be allowed inside. Max capacity of 750 people. And you're looking right now at a church where actually the incoming president is attending, like so many of his predecessors, a service before he heads to have tea.
That's right. This is a traditional church service at St. John's Episcopal Church here in the Capitol. After this, we know, by the way, the incoming president will be leaving this church momentarily, so we'll have this camera locked off and we will be able to track that. After that, Vassy, you're right. The president, incoming president, I should say, and the incoming First Lady, we will be heading to the White House, where we will be seeing the beginnings of that handover, right? One president beginning to move in, another beginning to move out, and this day marking a very significant day on the American political calendar, marking the peaceful transition of power. And it really is an extraordinary day, too, because you'll remember back in 2021 on January 6th, the Capitol Rotunda is where a mob actually swarmed that rotunda. And today, in that very spot, we will be seeing in just a few hours' time at around noon Eastern, Donald Trump take the oath of office.
And it's, I don't know if the right word is ironically, but interestingly, members of that committee that investigated what happened that day today received a pardon from President Joe Biden, alongside people like the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, and Dr. Anthony Fauci. They received this pardon in advance of even being charged, which is in and of itself setting a historical precedent, but kind of inflects a little bit of the tone and tenor of today. And yes, it is remarkable, it is historical, but it is also unique in a myriad of ways. Those pardons just part of that.
And those pardons making it very difficult, if not impossible, to prosecute Donald Trump's adversaries, many of whom he has said that he will go after once he is in office. So again, that happening this morning. Some notable names, as Vassy mentioned, Anthony Fauci, who led the pandemic response, and Liz Cheney. I believe we have Washington Bureau Chief Joy Malbon standing by. Always a day of high security, Joy. We know that there are about 25,000 security personnel, and certainly no active threats right now, no active direct threats. But everywhere you look, there are some behind you, in fact, a huge security presence.
Yeah, I mean, we had this whole slew of motorcycle police behind us, and then they took off. The streets are closed, Omar. Lots of security checkpoints, and it's a very chilly -4 today because, of course, we all know that this tradition, this peaceful transfer of power has been transferred into first the Capitol, then the Capitol Arena, and then back to the White House. It's interesting. I'm thinking about 2016 and I'm thinking about now, and there really is a difference. Donald Trump in 2016, many people felt he didn't win legitimately because he didn't win the popular vote. And this time around, he won, and he won big. He won the popular vote. He won a slew of battleground states, all of them, in fact. And there is a confidence now in Donald Trump, and now that he is in power. Now, a little bit of news, Omar, I'll throw at you, but you probably discussed some of it already. But already, Donald Trump is promising anywhere from 50 to 100, maybe even 200 executive orders today. That's a lot. He only signed a handful in 2016. And of course, this will deal with the border, immigration. This will deal with energy, but also January 6 pardons. And isn't it ironic? He will be sworn in as the president, the 47th president, in the Capitol, the very place where his Trump supporters attacked the Capitol 4 years ago.
Joy, you brought up those executive orders. One thing that our viewers will be interested to see is whether Donald Trump will make good on his threat of tariffs, which he has promised to bring in on day one of his presidency. Talk to us a little bit about that, what you're hearing, and also the tone and tenor of his rally last night at the Capital One Arena. Thousands of people there. And he did say that he was planning on signing a record number of executive orders. But this really sounded very much like a campaign rally.
Well, Donald Trump is always campaigning, even though he won't campaign again. He is president, but it always feels like a campaign because those rallies, he gets such energy from them. He gets such energy from his supporters. But yeah, you know, his theme of his speech today is going to be very different from what we heard in 2016. American carnage, crime, violence, darkness, this dark chapter, and only he can fix it. Today, the theme is going to be about unity. We don't hear him talk a lot about that. He's going to talk about unity, fairness, and strength. And perhaps that's when, he may talk about tariffs today. I haven't heard anything about whether these executive orders may include that, but definitely the border is one of the big things that supporters and voters wanted him to deal with. He may declare a national emergency, which would give him the power to start doing these raids. Now, we understand that there were raids planned for this week, perhaps in Chicago or New York, to pick up criminals. Illegal aliens with criminal records. Because it leaked out, apparently that's kind of been put on hold, but things will happen. The other thing is pardons for January 6th, those very same people that attacked the Capitol 4 years ago. 1,500 people roughly have been charged or convicted, and he's talking about big-time pardons. That's what he mentioned last night in his rally. But there is a different confidence now in Donald Trump. He knows how the levers of government work, and he's going to use it. He's got about a good 2 years until midterms, and we all know, Omar, we've talked about this before, that it always switches back. Perhaps Democrats can win, maybe they don't, but he's got a majority in the House of Representatives, a majority in the Senate and the White House, and let's not forget the Supreme Court, also a conservative majority that ruled that presidents have immunity. And remember all those criminal cases? Poof, gone. So Donald Trump has a lot of power right now, and he intends to use it. He calls it the golden age of America, what he hopes to usher back in.
All right, Joy Malvin, here in the capital, Washington, D.C. We'll check in with you throughout the morning and the afternoon. And Joy brings up an interesting point, Vassy. It's true. This is a man, an incoming president, who has got the popular vote, which is something that no Republican candidate has done in at least a couple of decades. We know that he's got control of the House, he's got control of the Senate, and of course, he's got control of the executive in the White House. So a strong mandate to
Yeah, and I think your question initially around, in a Canadian context, we're witnessing the pomp and circumstance. Yes, there's the geographic proximity of our two countries. But right now, to be sure, the elephant in the room is whether or not those tariffs, as he promised through one of his executive orders, would happen on day one, are actually announced today. And if they are, what do they look like? Is it that 25% blanket tariff on all Canadian imports, which would devastate the Canadian economy, or is it some other iteration? I was talking to a number of people last week who are involved on the file in and around the Prime Minister, and they have no idea. They literally, at this moment, nobody in the incoming administration have been able to communicate to them whether or not this 25% tariff is going to be announced today or something different. So we are quite literally on pins and needles waiting to find out.
And there has been a concerted intentional push, I would say, in the past few weeks. We know that the Canadian government and the officials have been presenting a $1 billion plus border plan to see if that will help Donald Trump change his mind. We know that several high-profile ministers in cabinet have gone on American networks to talk about the fact that these tariffs would also affect American consumers, that they would be paying more for goods. So we'll see if any of this changes the incoming president's mind today. But helping us navigate all of this on this very historic day is our panelists. We've got presidential historian David Eisenbach. Thank you so much for being here, David. And Jean Meserve, CTV's international security expert. And Jean, let me start with you. Talk to me a little bit about the security presence here today and how much goes into making sure that everybody's safe.
About 18 months of planning.
Wow.
That's how much goes into it. And as mentioned, about 25,000 military and police here in Washington today. The context today is an interesting one, although, as mentioned, there is no specific or credible threat that's known against the inauguration today. We have had 2 assassination attempts against Donald Trump. We had a terror attack in New Orleans just a couple of weeks ago, and there also was a Tesla truck blown up in Las Vegas. So for all those reasons, in addition to all the regular ones that surround a national special security event, planning has been meticulous. Now, at the last minute, they made this decision to move inside. And I approached a couple of people I know and said, oh my gosh, what does this do to all those 18 months of planning? They say, in fact, they had contingencies in place. It wasn't that hard to make the shift. And the fact that most of the events are happening inside makes it easier for security. There will be fewer people. It's easier to screen them. It's easier to keep the protective perimeter in place.
And Jeannie, you brought up the weather. This is why the events were moved inside. But David, I mean, why January 20th? I mean, it doesn't get as cold here as it does in Canada on a day like today. But we know that this goes back, I believe you're the expert, to the 20th Amendment that was ratified back in 1933. But explain me the logic, because as I understand, inaugurations used to happen in March or April, right?
That's right. But, you know, when you elect a new president in November, that's a long time to wait for that new president to come in. So the sense was, if we shorten the time period where we have a sitting president who's a lame duck, that'll be better for America. And so that's why they moved the date.
And what about the fact that it is inside? Can you add some historical context to how rare that is and what you take away from that?
Absolutely. Well, usually if a president dies and the vice president has to take over, there's not any pomp and circumstance, and it's done inside. William Howard Taft, there was a snowstorm, so he had to do his inside. And John Kennedy, there was a massive snowstorm that came, but they brought in flamethrowers to clear the streets on the night before, so we were able to get the inauguration. And it's a very important moment when you have those crowds and you have the parades to kind of symbolically show the unity of the country.
Okay, well, we'll be checking in throughout the morning, as Omar said, and throughout the afternoon, because this will be a developing situation. I'm going to take a quick commercial break. We're going to take a quick commercial break, but we have a lot more coverage, including a check-in with our federal cabinet meeting right now on this subject. They call it a cabinet war room to reply to whatever happens with Donald Trump and Canada. We're back in just a moment.
And again, a live look here at St. John's Episcopal Church, where we are expecting the incoming president and his wife, Melania, to leave momentarily. We'll be right back.
Introducing the new Weight Watchers. Now with over 150 new zero-point foods. It's easier than ever to eat the foods you love. Lose 3.5 times more weight than going it alone. Join the new Weight Watchers today.
If your New Year's resolution includes saving money, then you don't want to miss the final weekend of the store-wide inventory clearance at The Brick. Save up to 60% off in-store clearance items. Queen-size spring wall willow mattresses start at only $3.99. Buy more, save more on bedroom and dining furniture, up to 25% off. Save on major kitchen appliances, plus buy 3 or more and also save the tax. Finally, a resolution you can keep. The Brick, saving you more.
One of those, we can't feed the kids chicken nuggets again kind of days, huh? Relax. You've got HelloFresh. You can whip up a delicious meal the whole family will love. HelloFresh. Homemade. Made easy.
Being a dad and granddad means ensuring I've got all the tools to make the right choice. And now I'm in my 50s. That's more important than ever. That's why I'm choosing to look after my family, just in case.
Welcome to Senior's Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote for Canadian seniors life insurance, please.
If you're a Canadian resident aged 50 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family up to $250,000.
That kind of money would help a lot.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just a few minutes with no medicals or blood tests needed, only a few health and lifestyle questions.
Okay, great.
Depending on the coverage you choose, it could be as little as $17.02 a month. That's just 56 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help cover my funeral costs, settle debts, or help my wife with retirement planning. I'll do it. Now that's done, I can get on with something much more interesting.
To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-808-7120 or visit seniorschoice.ca.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the inauguration of Donald J. Trump. You can see there that President Joe Biden and his wife Jill Biden appear to be waiting right now for the incoming president, Donald J. Trump, and his wife Melania. We understand that there is a traditional church service that has just wrapped up at St. John's Episcopal Church, and the incoming president and his wife will be arriving momentarily. And this, of course, is a moment, Vassy, that's steeped in tradition.
Yes, definitely. Sorry, I didn't hear what you just said there. Someone was talking in my ear.
No. I was just saying that this is a moment we've seen a lot of handouts
Yes.
between presidents who are coming in and the ones who are leaving, and a moment really that is steeped in tradition and really marks.
Here's the Vice President, Kamala Harris, and Doug Emhoff, her husband. Of course, rich with complexity in this moment because of everything that happened to allow for Kamala Harris to run, and of course the fact that she was the candidate for the Democrats against the almost immediately president and incoming president Donald Trump. So a moment like rich with complexity and history all at once. A lot of bad blood between all these various people and Donald Trump. So it will be interesting to watch it play out, certainly.
You're right. So much said during that campaign between Joe Biden and between the incoming president, the four of them. The president, the vice president, and their spouses heading into the White House and presumably now waiting for the incoming president. Now, what I'm not too sure about is whether, David, you might know the answer to this. Would they have already gone in? Don't they usually wait for them to come by, or were they just waiting for the vice president and her husband to come and then they'll come back out?
Yeah, I expected that Trump would be the one who'd be going in with the president right there. But, these moments are important for that unity because it's not just Democrats versus Republicans with the tensions during a presidential campaign. Often it's in the party. And in this case, the vice president and the president, there's also some unity that needs to happen for the Democratic Party. So we got a bit of a shot of that.
Seems like in the past few days, there's been a little bit more of that. I saw there were some pictures of them at the point holding hands again, whereas over the past few weeks, you'd seen them at a distance at various events like Jimmy Carter's funeral and things like that. So perhaps like the ceremony of what's happening right now is fostering some of that.
That's right. There are often tensions, especially if the vice president, in the case of Richard Nixon and Dwight Eisenhower, there was great tension there. Al Gore was very angry at Bill Clinton for good reason in 2000. So it's not unusual for the vice president and the president to have some bad feelings on an inauguration day as they're heading out the door.
I would be surprised if the choreography didn't include the Bidens coming back out to greet the Trumps, because this is the moment of transition. This is where we're actually seeing that transfer of power between the two. Yes, it's not putting the hand on the Bible and saying the oath, but nonetheless, from a symbolic viewpoint, this is an important moment.
Hugely symbolic. And so this would suggest that Donald Trump and Melania, his wife Melania, are still at that church service at the St. John's Episcopal Church, and that at least the president and the First Lady will be coming back out for that shot that we have seen during almost every inauguration. But top of mind for Canadians today, on a day like today, Vassy, are those tariffs. What will he do?
Well, and we're seeing one initial report out of the Wall Street Journal today saying that there's a memo that talks about further investigation of what the president has characterized as a subsidization of Canada, basically a trade imbalance in his view that is not based in much factual merit, but at the same time has certainly been an impetus for him calling for these tariffs. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that the tariffs themselves perhaps won't be announced today. Now, I have reached out to somebody on this file who says that that's encouraging to see, but that they have not been informed of that in the federal government. So we don't have official word that no tariffs are coming, but an initial report from the Wall Street Journal that could be the case. As we speak, in fact, the Prime Minister is about to huddle with all of his top ministers over in Quebec at Montebello, where there is a so-called cabinet retreat described to me as a war room of sorts. Our colleague, senior political correspondent Mike Couture is there for us live. Mike, what are you hearing on the ground about the prospect of these tariffs and the response we can expect today?
Yeah, and Vassy, I reached out to a member of the Trudeau government as well and asked them about that Wall Street Journal report. My response, a little different from yours. This person told me they're praying that it's true because, of course, we know how damaging any kind of tariffs would be that the U.S. would impose on Canada. We know that Trump had said 25% tariffs on all Canadian goods going into that country, and what they do have as a response prepared because they're huddling here. The reason they're here, Vassy, is because, as you said, they want to prepare this war room-like atmosphere where they are getting ready, and if something does come down today, that they will respond. That response, I'll give it to you in just
Mike,
a moment.
I'm just going to interrupt you for a second, if you don't mind. We're just going to,
Sure.
I just want to let everyone watching know that we are watching Donald Trump and Melania Trump, his wife, exiting the church. They're just leaving that service that Omar was referencing, and they're going to head over now to the White House to meet with President Biden and his wife, Jill. We do expect there to be, some visual of that, but he is just leaving that church right now. That's what you're looking at, President Trump, as well as his wife, Melania Trump, and a whole host of security. Go on, Mike. Keep telling us more.
Yeah, no worries. Senior government source yesterday told me that if there is an executive order regarding tariffs today, this will be something that they'll have to sift through because of, as Joy had mentioned earlier, there could be hundreds of other executive orders that are issued today. So really, that is why they're here. There are different levels of government. There are different parts of government that will be tasked with making sure that they can sort through all of those and through all the details of any executive order. However, this government does have a list of about 10 products that they know already that they would respond with right away. And that includes Florida orange juice, a nod to Donald Trump's adopted state, Kentucky bourbon. Of course, that is another one that was made famous in the 2018-2019 response in terms of tit for tat tariffs that Canada had imposed on the United States. And we understand that the Canadian government is looking at value, dollar for dollar. In other words, if it is 25% tariffs that the U.S. is slapping on Canada, we wouldn't respond with 25% tariffs on all of their products, but really looking at specific products. And the Prime Minister in that first phase would come out with a message to Canadians, essentially saying, buy Canadian and avoid those 10 products. The second phase would be after a 2-week consultation, is that they would look at a roughly $37 billion worth of goods that Canadian tariffs would apply to on American goods. And some of those that we've said already, we've reported on, some plastics, some ceramics, sinks and toilets, those types of things, U.S. steel as well. And then there's a more progressive step, Vassy, coming down the road. It's a phase 3, where it'd be $110 billion worth of goods coming in from the United States. And those are ones that Canadians may not sort of see. They would be manufacturing parts, much like we saw when we had that other trade war, as I mentioned back in 2018-19. There were a lot of aluminum alloys and metal parts and that sort of a thing that would really affect more of the manufacturing side. And Vassy, as I understand it, there are some members of that special U.S.-Canada committee that will be coming to Montebello here tomorrow as well, fresh off the inauguration, and they will be huddling with cabinet as well.
All right, thanks so much, Mike. A lot of relief, Omar, right now for various people in the government. Again, saying what Mike is, they don't know it to be a fact that the tariffs aren't being announced today, but boy, oh boy, are they hoping that would be the case. I think everyone was kind of preparing for the worst case scenario.
And Mike used the word praying.
Yeah.
that's true, that he's not going to impose those tariffs, at least for today. But as we know, anything could change, and we have to certainly take it day by day. Let's touch a little bit about what Donald Trump wants, Gene, as we're looking at these pictures at St. John's Episcopal Church, with that traditional church service that happens on the morning of. Again, we know that Donald Trump and his wife Melania have entered a vehicle. That vehicle is on its way to the White House for tea with the Bidens. Moments ago, in fact, several minutes ago, the Vice President, Kamala Harris, and her husband arrived at the White House to join the President and the First Lady. And we should be getting that shot very soon, in fact, of the incoming President and his wife arriving at the White House. But as we await that shot, Gene, just walk us through a little bit about what Donald Trump wants, specifically vis-a-vis Canada. I mean, the Canadian officials have presented a $1 billion plus border package, with the hopes, of course, that this somehow changes Donald Trump's mind. I'm going to ask you a loaded question. Will it be enough?
Come on, what he really wants is for Canada to be a 51st state. We all know that. I think it's always hard to discern the bottom line of what Donald Trump actually wants. He often says things which appear to just have popped into his mind and then come out of his mouth with no filter in between. But at other times, it's a very calculated way of negotiating. And he's laying down a marker, and he's hoping to get something in response from Canada. Clearly, amongst the things he wants from Canada would be stopping the flow of immigrants, stopping the flow of fentanyl, and he's always looking for economic advantage. So that's where he thinks that the tariffs will serve him. Of course, there's huge, I'm no economist, but there's huge debate in this country, in the United States, about what the impact of tariffs would be, and whether, in fact, working class Americans who buy a lot of product from Canada and Europe and the other places he's threatened with tariffs, that they are going to be the ones who are going to end up paying the price for this. And that, of course, would seem to be exactly the opposite of what he promised to working class Americans, which was economic relief, lower prices.
And here goes the motorcade with President Trump and his wife Melania heading over to the White House, where he will be greeted by President Joe Biden and his wife Jill Biden, alongside Vice President Kamala Harris and her husband Doug Emhoff. They have just arrived. We're waiting for Trump to arrive, and then they're going to have tea together, David, which is tradition, right? A lot of this is all steeped in tradition. I think because Trump wasn't at Joe Biden's inauguration, there were a lot of questions about whether everything would still remain as it has been over the last hundreds of years. But it looks like almost to a T it will.
Yeah, and again, these are traditions that seem kind of silly, but they're actually really important in terms of signaling that peaceful transition of power and a kind of unity, at least for a day, when Americans can get together behind the president.
We were talking just about the prospect of tariffs and through an executive order, which is what Donald Trump has promised. Now, last night he held a rally. He talked a lot about all the various executive orders. He said he pushed back against staff that wanted him to take time, that there would be hundreds in these first few days. How rare is that in a historical context?
How rare is just 100 executive orders?
To do all this stuff on day one, is that... Feels rare, but is it?
It is rare. And I think Donald Trump, because he's already served as president, we have to remember, right? He's got a level of experience that we haven't seen in a very long time. And, usually when you have a new president coming in, there are staff who say, oh, no, you can't do that. That's not the way D.C. works. He's got more of an edge coming in over his predecessor.
And Jean's nodding her head because what David is saying is true. I mean, this is a president who's coming in for a second term with presumably more political savvy and more sophistication in terms of understanding the mechanics and machinery of government.
Absolutely, and a whole blueprint for how to do it. Project 2025 laid it out, chapter and verse, what he could and from a certain perspective should do. Another thing that's going to be different this term is that there were in the first term people around the president who said no, who pointed out that certain things he wanted to do were illegal, for instance. Amongst them, Mark Milley, who today was granted a preemptive pardon by President Biden. Who's going to say no now? He is appointing people to his cabinet who clearly are aligned with him. One of the executive orders he's expected to sign, if not today, in the coming days, would make it easier for him to clear out professional staff in many of the agencies of the federal government so he can staff with people who he knows buy into his agenda 100%. It's a very different situation. I think the potential for him to really remake the federal government is far greater now, far greater than it was in the first term.
Massive changes in the civil service as well. We know that Elon Musk has promised this. He's part of the Department of Government Efficiency. The other gentleman who's co-leading that, of course, is Vivek Ramaswamy, who was the Republican presidential contender, but we are hearing, in fact, that he is expected to launch a bid for the Ohio governorship in just a few days, in fact. So his involvement in DOGE is a big question mark right now. Again, if you're just joining us, we are looking at a shot of the motorcade. Actually, it should be in that shot momentarily. We know that Donald Trump is making his way to the White House for tea with the First Lady and the President. And David, to be a fly on the wall for that tea, I mean, given the acrimony between this administration and the one that's coming in. But one of the things that I find fascinating and remarkable is that, you know, at least in modern presidential history, there's this tradition of a letter being written, right, from the outgoing president to the incoming one. And certainly during the time of Barack Obama, as he was finishing up his term, there was reporting at the time that Donald Trump found Obama's letter quite, inspiring, if I could use that term. What do you think? I mean, we got a little taste of that in Joe Biden's Oval Office address. I believe it was last Wednesday. But what sort of letter do you think that Joe Biden would write Donald Trump?
Well,
I think it will be short.
Succinct.
Yeah. Well, you have to remember is that, you know, it's a lonely office. Those 4 years are a lonely time. There are very few people that you can actually connect with as president. So that letter is kind of, it's powerful when, you know that there aren't many people who have experienced that position. So it's an important symbol, again, of, look, you're going to be up against so many different threats and responsibilities. And here's a little advice, or at least a word of encouragement.
Speaking of drama in history, we have Vice President Kamala Harris alongside her husband, of course, the Democrats candidate against Donald Trump, who lost in the election, waiting just outside the White House there on the red carpet for the arrival of Donald Trump and his wife, Melania Trump. Our understanding is that the tea will also involve Joe Biden and his wife, Jill Biden, but they're not on the steps to greet the incoming president and his wife. Instead, it's Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff. I'm not sure what the reason is, David. I don't know if you've seen. I think it's supposed to be Joe Biden, but interestingly is not.
It's highly unusual, for sure. But there is something sort of nice about, the two competitors for the presidency getting together in this moment.
Maybe they do.
Oh, here we go. So we've got vice president to vice president.
Okay.
That makes more sense. There we go.
Does.
There's J.D. Vance and his wife arriving. They, of course, also will be sworn in during the inauguration ceremony. And they're there to meet Kamala Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris, and her husband. There's his wife there, J.D. Vance's wife. And then I imagine when Donald Trump arrives, it will be Joe Biden who steps out to greet them.
J.D. Vance and his wife, Usha. J.D. Vance, 40 years old, and I believe the third youngest vice president in U.S. history, who will be serving alongside the oldest president in U.S. history when Donald Trump is sworn in about 2.5 hours' time.
Interestingly, fun fact, last night when they held that rally, when Donald Trump held that rally, sort of reflective of the past few months, J.D. Vance was not called up on stage, but Elon Musk was, Jean. Really kind of reflective of the unique characteristics I think we can expect from this presidency, right? It's not status quo.
Absolutely not. And Musk is expected to be in the Capitol today, as will Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos and all of the other wealthy men of the world. All of whom contributed a lot of money towards this inauguration.
Yeah, millions.
It's estimated $200 million was raised. That's more than has ever been raised for an inauguration before, and yet there were fewer inaugural events than usual. So ethics organizations are asking a lot of questions about who exactly donated all of this money and where it's going.
Because you have to declare any donation that's above $200, but you don't have to say how it's going to be used. And so this is going to his inaugural fund and presumably his political action committee. And then what happens to that money afterwards, we don't know. But you have a tremendous shift happening in America, right? You have corporate titans who've almost switched allegiances and in huge numbers. And in some cases, you're right, they've donated upwards of $1 million. And some of those individuals, not the Elon Musks, but some of those individuals will not be able to be inside the rotunda of the Capitol, which is...
Fun fact, some of them were actually at the church service as well. Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, Tim Cook, the head of TikTok, as well as Boris Johnson and Javier Milei, all in attendance at the church service itself. Forget about the Capitol a little bit later on. They were with the president and his wife, President Trump, at that church service earlier this morning.
Let's just take a moment to listen in.
Singing together in harmony, surrendering to victory. This is the sound of voices free. This is the sound of voices free. This is the sound of all of us, singing with love in the will to trust. Leave the rest behind and turn to dust. This is the sound of all of us. This is the sound of all of us. This is the sound of one voice, one people, one voice, a song for every one of us. This is the sound of one voice. This is the sound of one voice. This is the sound of one voice. One people.
what they must be thinking on a day like today, because for so many young people, I mean, the America of today is not resonating for them and their future, and yet for others, they're worried, they're anxious about the course that their country is taking, and they hope that that will not be lost. David, in terms of the tone that Donald Trump has to strike today, what are we going to see? Are we going to see an incoming commander-in-chief, a president who is able to unite the country?
That is the hope, and that is the goal. I think that it's going to be a little less dismal than the first inaugural address about American carnage. But America is facing some tough issues, tough national security issues, and I'm curious to see if he makes any reference to those.
I think certainly immigration, if you view that as a national security issue, he will raise that, as he did in his speech yesterday at Capital One Arena. And of course, many of the executive orders that he's expected to sign today will relate to that issue of immigration. He called it again last night an invasion. He has said repeatedly, this is a top priority. And as was mentioned earlier, there are plans afoot to start rounding up people who've been accused of crimes who were in the country illegally almost immediately. Certainly this week, there will be action in that regard. So I think that national security issue will certainly be raised in the speech.
You can see inside now as preparations are underway for more of what's happening with the inauguration ceremony. Donald Trump is anticipated to arrive any moment at the White House to have tea with President Joe Biden and his wife, Jill Biden. We've got the vice president, elect, I should say, Vance, already there with his wife, meeting with Kamala Harris and her husband, Doug Emhoff. The streets are oddly fairly quiet, and you can see, even in the pictures that we have here, the degree to which there is so much security everywhere. I think we referenced earlier 25,000 different members of security. There's actually airspace that's being closed down on top of the Capitol behind us. They're testing, they have the ability to test for chemicals in the air over that airspace as well. Our colleague Joy Malbin, our Washington bureau chief, is out on the street. Probably if this were a few days ago before everything had been moved inside, Joy, you'd barely be able to move, but it's a very different scene today as we await President Trump's arrival at the White House.
Absolutely. There are so many roads that have been blocked off. There are security tents, all sorts of surveillance, drones in the air, and police officers. We saw a whole bunch of them kind of grouping and then heading down to the White House. You mentioned a lot of security because, of course, let's remember, Donald Trump had 2 attempts on his life, and they are not taking any chances. But everything's been moved inside for Secret Service. That's much better. There's no known threat, but of course, they're making sure that this peaceful transfer of power remains just that. But, you know, it's interesting. Donald Trump hasn't even taken the oath of office yet. And there's a slew of reporting out there about all of these executive orders, that he will declare a national emergency at the southern border, that he will get rid of birthright citizenship, which is a constitutional amendment that he would have to, and also one that remember he said in that press conference he would rename the Gulf of Mexico? That's an executive order, too, apparently. And he will halt foreign aid unless it aligns with U.S. goals. He is promising, quote, shock and awe when it comes to these executive orders and what he plans to do. And let's remember, he's got a short time to do this. He is considered second term, a lame duck president. He only has roughly 1 to 2 years to actually do this, while he has a majority in the House of Representatives, while he controls the Senate and, of course, the White House. And, of course, let's not forget the Supreme Court, a conservative majority as well, that also ruled that presidents have immunity, which helped get rid of all of those charges against Donald Trump.
And we're just looking right now, I believe, at at least the motorcade, or people. I haven't seen President Trump exit. I don't know if I'm wrong, Omar, but I'm having a little trouble seeing the screen because it's so dark. But they are just arriving right now, so we've got our eyes peeled on whether or not Joe Biden and Jill Biden come out, what the sort of ceremonial aspect of this is. But they are anticipated to enter the White House, have a tea all together. And there's members, there's Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner, who had a formal role. Donald Trump's daughter and son-in-law, formal role in the last administration, will not have a formal role in this one. So members of his family are arriving right now, still waiting to see President Trump himself in the entry and the tea that takes place thereafter.
And we've seen a significant pivot from her.
And this is the Capitol, by the way.
Yeah, they're arriving for the ceremony, yes.
So presumably they're heading into the Capitol Rotunda, where, as we've been telling you this morning, there are 600 seats inside the Capitol Rotunda. They have been able to increase that number to about 700 or 750. We heard the Marine Band singing, and so the preparation's certainly underway as the incoming president is about to take his oath in a couple of hours' time.
One of the big challenges today is that more than 220,000 tickets were given out for the inauguration. Because they moved it inside, only about 20,000 people can actually fit in that arena. Now they have overflow space outside of the arena, but there are going to be a lot of people very disappointed crowding into a very small area. You might have thought they would channel some of them down to the mall where they'd initially planned for them, but they decided not to put up jumbotrons, so people there could not watch. I understand that several of the hotels and restaurants and bars in the city are hosting watch parties. They will take some of that overflow crowd, but not 200,000. Hopefully a lot of people looked at the weather, looked at the reality of how many people were going to come in, and simply didn't come downtown.
It is kind of surprising, though, David, just get like the vibe check for Trump is I mean, I remember back in his first inauguration, the crowd size became like a story for days, and their sort of false characterization of it. I am a little bit surprised. I mean, it's not even that cold, but
It's not.
you know,
I was here
like
for
no big
Obama's
crowds.
first inauguration. It was way colder than this.
Yeah. But it is interesting that there's not going to be those massive crowds on the mall or, you know, that scene outside. Like, it is going to be very different.
Yeah, it doesn't have that same juice, particularly when you have a transition from one political party controlling the White House to another. There's a sense of expectation. Everybody's hopes and dreams, they believe they're going to be fulfilled. Of course, the second administration's a lot more sedate because it's a bit disappointing. But the first administration always has a sense of excitement.
I've just got to say, all three of you, none of you are wearing gloves. I'm the only one who's wearing gloves. I feel like a bit of a wuss, so the gloves are coming off right now.
Guess I'm
a little
the
bit
true
of solidarity.
Canadian, Omar. Come on.
Because you're right. It's you know, there's been a lot of talk. It's not that the weather's not that bad at all.
But I do have those warming things in my boots.
Do you? Okay. The secret's out. I've got a couple too, but no, it's about -6, so certainly not as bad by Canadian standards, and our American friends are holding up quite well.
But there were, to Gene's point, I ran in yesterday to a lot of people who had anticipated. I mean, there were tens of thousands of people who thought that they were coming for this event and truly had traveled from all over the United States. Some of them did cancel their plans, but others are kind of wandering around thinking, like, how can I participate in this? It was a big deal to them. Yeah.
And shocking coming in on the metro this morning, it was empty. I had a cart myself for my trip in from Northwest Washington. I expected it to be jammed. Just wasn't. I think there was a crunch earlier because they started screening at the arena at 7 a.m. So people were trying to get there very, very early. But really just not the kind of crowd you ordinarily see flocking to downtown Washington for this kind of an event.
And again, a lot of people who have made, you know, a long trek to be here. They've also donated, in some cases, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And obviously, the ones who haven't spent that much have spent on things like flights and hotels. And of course, taken time off work to be here, who are not able to attend outside, given the space limitations of the Capitol Rotunda. There is so much that we could talk about in the lead up to this day from a security angle, Gene, but there has been some remarkable language from Donald Trump, extraordinary language, in fact, and specifically what I'm thinking about is he has not ruled out the use of military in terms of, you know, capturing Greenland.
Or Panama.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think those are comments he's going to pursue, by the way. It was an interesting...
Why do you say that, by the way?
I just think that it was a bargaining position. And indeed, you know, Denmark and Greenland are saying, let's talk. you want increased military presence here because of the increasing importance of the Arctic? Let's talk. You want more military basing here because of that? Because the Russians in particular have beefed up their presence in the Arctic? Let's talk. When it comes to Panama, they have just said flatly, no, not happening. There has been discussion of the fact that perhaps what Trump was trying to do here was to bargain for lower fees for U.S. military and U.S. shipping through the canal. That would be a violation of the treaty that was signed in 1999 that handed over the canal to the Panamanians. Also, Panama has invested huge amounts of money in expanding the canal, and about half the shipping goes through that newer portion of the canal. So from several different perspectives, I just think this is something that will not happen. And this is a man who said no wars, right? So if he's going to keep that promise, how could he possibly use military against an ally like Denmark, which has control over Greenland, or against Panama? And in fact, there are some people who are speculating that his language about Panama is driving Panama closer to China. One of the things Trump has expressed concern about is the fact that a Hong Kong company controls 2 seaports, one at either end of the canal. They do not control the canal, but the Chinese presence in Panama is there, and it's growing throughout Central America and South America. It is our doorstep. There should be concern. There should be some reaction to that, perhaps with U.S. investment. Military action doesn't seem to be the way to do it, or it could drive the Panamanians further in that direction.
Interestingly, President Xi Jinping was invited to come by President-elect Trump to this inauguration. It's one of the, and David, I'll throw this one over to you, his vice president will come instead, but we've also got heads of state from Italy, from Argentina. Normally foreign leaders don't, in that capacity, heads of state don't come to this, right?
Right. Well, I think it's the same reason why we have all these tech billionaires here. A personal relationship with Trump is more important than having a personal relationship with any other president. He holds grudges, but he also likes to be, courted. And you can win over a lot of good favor through that. On America's expansionism, I mean, you're probably right. This is probably part of the negotiation and a bluff, but this wouldn't be the first time we invaded Panama. We did it in 1989 under George H.W. Bush. And let's remember, Canada, the United States invaded you during the American Revolution, and then we tried to pick you up in the War of 1812. So,
to be clear, he did take military force off the table.
Yes, he did.
Canada, just
nice
promising to levy economic force, which would be also devastating.
Right.
And just to update everyone who's watching, as we keep an eye on guests arriving to the ceremony that will take place at the Capitol building, as well as watching for Donald Trump to arrive at the White House for tea with President Biden. And we're looking here at another motorcade.
I believe this is in the vicinity of the White House. I believe they just passed Blair House. So this,
he might
I
be
believe,
close.
Would be the Trump motorcade heading to the White House.
Yeah, running a little bit behind schedule, Omar, but still, within reason. And just a quick sort of reminder that jumping off what David was talking about, though he's threatened to do all this stuff to Canada, so far we've seen no specifics of whether or not we'll get details on that today. There is some early reporting that we likely will not, that there won't be the imposition of tariffs announced on day one, as Donald Trump threatens shortly after winning the election. But it is certainly something that we are keenly keeping our eye on as we see the arrival here any minute now of Donald Trump to the White House to meet with outgoing President Joe Biden and his wife, Dr. Jill Biden.
And what a moment
There they are.
that will be. Jill Biden there, the First Lady, and the President Joe Biden standing outside, waiting now to greet the incoming President Donald Trump and his wife, Melania.
What happens at this tea, David, normally?
I
Do
don't
they really
know.
drink tea? Is that what's happening?
I think at this tea, it's going to be a lot of awkward silence.
I'm curious to see how this interaction that we're about to see in seconds, how that goes. as they emerge from that vehicle at the White House.
Sort of reminds me after he won, right, when he visited the White House, and there was all this rhetoric during the election of the threat he posed, and then all of a sudden there everyone is just kind of with a smile, shaking hands.
I think
Here he is now.
The Bidens are practiced politicians. They will appear to be very cordial here.
Let's see if we can pick up any audio.
There they go, heading inside the White House for
Short and sweet.
the tea. Yeah, short and sweet, but exactly what you would expect from sort of the ceremonial pomp and circumstance aspect of all of this.
Although you might have expected smiles all around.
Would you have?
You might have.
Joe Biden was smiling. He's a couple hours away from total freedom. So.
And so was Joe Biden. Melania Trump, very distinctly not smiling.
She's the one who actually stood out the most for me. She was quite flat in her expression. The other ones appear to have tried.
But great hat.
Great hat.
But effectively shielded her face from view.
So from here, they're going to meet inside the White House, and then after that, Omar, they're going to head over to the Capitol. We've already seen members of Trump's family, for example, Ivanka Trump and her husband, Jared Kushner, and their children arriving for this ceremony. About 750 people will be there in not too long to witness the inauguration of both Donald J. Trump and also J.D. Vance.
Again, a live look there just moments ago of the White House where the four individuals, the president, his wife, the First Lady, Donald Trump, and Melania are now having tea at this hour. Keep it here on News Channel. We'll be right back in just a moment.
Our new home, somewhere we can build a life. And I'm gonna do everything I can to look out for you. And that starts with being smart about our family's financial future.
Welcome to Cover Direct, Canada's most trusted direct life insurance provider. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like to get a quote for family life insurance, please.
If you're a Canadian resident aged 18 to 70, you can apply for up to $1.5 million of coverage and help give your family some peace of mind.
That's great.
You won't need a medical or blood test to be approved. There are just a few health and lifestyle questions.
Sounds good.
If you chose $100,000 of coverage, it could be as little as $9.66 a month for the first year. That's just 32 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could pay for the mortgage for him one day.
Cover Direct Family Life Insurance is exclusively available from us. You can't buy it anywhere else.
I'll do it.
The smart way to protect your family's future is to get Cover Direct. To get a quote today, call our friendly Canadian team at 1-844-990-3342 or visit coverdirect.ca.
Shop and get dirty. Get dirty. Get dirty. Get dirty. Shop and get dirty.
Swiss Chalet's 2 Can Dine for $19.99 is here. Enjoy 2 quarter chicken dinners with 2 sides, 2 buns, and 2 chalet sauces. That's right, for only $19.99. For 2 weeks only. 2 Can Dine won't last long, so hurry in to Swiss Chalet.
The future is not just going to happen, you have to make it. And if you want a successful business, all it takes is an idea. And now becomes a future where you grew a dream into a reality. The all-new GoDaddy Aero. Put your business online in minutes with the power of AI.
No amount of studying can guarantee a gambling win. Find tips for safer play at gamblingisrandom.ca.
This is a CTV News special presentation.
America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We're going to put very serious tariffs on Mexico and Canada. We don't need their cars. We don't need their lumber. They should be a state.
The inauguration of Donald J. Trump. From Washington, here are Omar, Sachedina, and Vassy Kapelos.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our special coverage of Donald Trump's return to the White House. You're looking at a live shot of it right there. We are live in the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C., where forecasters today are calling it the coldest inauguration since 1985. 40 years ago, that's when Ronald Reagan was sworn in for his second term.
A polar vortex has actually brought pretty frigid temperatures to this city. The mayor yesterday declaring a weather emergency. Organizers, as a result, moved most of the ceremonies, which of course take place on the National Mall and elsewhere outside the Capitol, indoors because of that cold weather. It's also Martin Luther King Jr. Day here in the United States, Omar.
And our position here is live on the rooftop of the Canadian Embassy on Pennsylvania Avenue. And what a view we have, the shot of the Capitol, which you saw there at street level. You can see behind us over here in that Capitol Rotunda. In about a couple of hours' time, that's when Donald Trump will be sworn in as the 47th president of the United States. We know, Vassy, at this hour, there have been some guests who have gone in, including members of his family, and we know that the incoming president and his wife and the current president and his wife are currently having tea right now.
Yeah, they're all inside the White House alongside Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, his wife, as well as Vice President Kamala Harris, who of course ran against Donald Trump. They're having what I can only imagine is a very interesting meeting. From there, they're going to head over to the Capitol, where, as you mentioned, people have already started to arrive. Just to give you some context, it's cold. It's not as cold as we've ever endured, as tough Canadians.
We're hardy.
Exactly. But it really has reduced the number of people who will be able to take part in the ceremonies from tens of thousands on Capitol Hill to just 750 people inside, and those tickets were hard to come by.
They were very hard to come by, and initially we were hearing that there were only going to be 600 seats in the Capitol Rotunda, and again that number has been stretched to 7 or 750. And here's the lay of the land right now. You're looking at a map, the U.S. Capitol, that of course is in that rotunda, where the inauguration will be happening in a couple of hours' time, and again, historic already, because this is the second one that has been moved, or I should say the first one that has been moved since Ronald Reagan's second term 40 years ago, back in 1985. So these are some of the key landmarks here in the DC area. Much of that pomp, circumstance, pageantry, parade that you see on a day like today, you will not see because of the weather. And a lot of people who wanted to be here, who actually did come here, they spent a lot of money on things like hotels and flights and have taken time off. They will not be able to view the events happening today, and not even outside, right? Because there are no screens that have been set up.
Yeah, in just moments ago, as we were referencing, there's Donald Trump and Melania Trump, President-elect Trump, walking up the steps of the White House, greeted by President Joe Biden and his wife, Dr. Jill Biden. This is something that traditionally takes place, despite the bad blood in this case between the two men, who at one point in the last election were actually running against each other until Joe Biden dropped out. You can see they're posing for a photo together. They will then, or they have, this is just moments ago, headed inside where they will meet collectively. There's also J.D. Vance, the Vice President-elect J.D. Vance inside, as well as Vice President Kamala Harris. In just a few hours, all their roles will change when it becomes official, and the inauguration ceremonies take place inside Capitol Hill. That's where collectively they will all head. My understanding is they're actually going to share a limo as well. That's what was reported at least yesterday. That could have changed.
That's a lot of time together.
It's a lot of time together. Not sure if they've ever spent this much time together. Maybe right after Donald Trump won the election, and then he was invited to the White House to talk about a bunch of stuff. I should say it is interesting, like one tiny No, though there's a lot of animosity. When it came to negotiating the ceasefire, there was actually a lot of cooperation between the incoming administration and the outgoing administration. And you can kind of see that in the way it's being communicated on both parts as well.
Donald Trump's Middle East envoy was part of those negotiations. And you know, we can't sort of understate the significance of the moment we just saw. Again, that happening just moments ago. The incoming and the outgoing presidents having tea together. But this is really, it marks the beginning of a peaceful transfer of power in a case where you've got two individuals who, you know, absolutely do not see eye to eye. And the smiles that we saw in that image, or the pseudo smiles, I should say, some were trying harder than others, is in sharp contrast to what we saw in Joe Biden's final message as president from the Oval Office last week. You know, he used very strong language in that final address, saying that, in his words, there's an oligarchy that was threatening democracy in this country. And, you know, despite that, trying to, you know, take part in what has been such, you know, an integral part of American democracy. And that, of course, is this peaceful transition of power. And in just a couple of hours' time, the incoming president, the 47th president of the United States, we will be assuming office once again. And we talk a little bit, Gene, about the security taking shape, about 25,000 people, but no direct active threats in the Capitol today.
That's correct. 25,000 pulled from across the country. The D.C. Metropolitan Police, of course, is on full alert, as is fire and EMS, but about 4,000 police officers from other jurisdictions have come in to supplement the D.C. police, and in addition, you have 7,800 National Guardsmen here, and you have a variety of different federal police organizations. You've got the U.S. Capitol Police, the U.S. Park Police, the FBI, of course, is active. The Secret Service is in charge of the whole shebang. So this is absolutely massive. You mentioned earlier that there's always restricted airspace in Washington, but it's been expanded. In addition, the Coast Guard has shut down portions of the Anacostia and Potomac rivers, which are close by, again, in an effort just to build an adequate perimeter around this event. Right now, we're hearing some helicopters. I'm curious as to what that could be. I don't think, oh, there they are.
It's getting pretty loud here on set.
Yeah, I was trying to determine whose helicopter might be
There's a chopper
involved.
right above us. We're of course on the top of the Canadian Embassy, just across from Capitol Hill. You can see, I think the room is, I'm not sure if this is the actual room because it looks like a little bit of an overflow room, but something is filling up there. And we did see one shot inside Capitol Hill where the actual ceremony is set to take place in just under 2 hours if everything sticks to time.
This looks like it could be potentially in the Visitors Center,
Right.
Over at the U.S. Capitol. Fairly new construction over there.
So we're watching for a number of things. The incoming president at a rally last night has promised to levy hundreds of executive orders. We've got presidential historian David Eisenbach here, as well as the president of the Canadian Business Council, Goldie Hyder. Goldie, we are really watching right now to see if Canada is among the targets of these presidential orders. And so far, some early reporting is indicating those tariffs might not be announced today. Your view on that?
Well, look, whether they're announced today or someday later, we still have to be prepared as a country. I agree. I think there's a chance we dodge a brief bullet in terms of, I think, the president instructing USTR, their U.S. trade representative, to come back with the data. We've heard him already say, I'm proud of the deal I negotiated. It was so good the other guys kept it, but maybe they haven't done as good of a job as I would have done, and so let's get the data. And so I do think readiness is key here. And, I think it's a great chance for us to remind Americans that as much as we feel lucky to have them as our neighbor, we're pretty lucky to have us as their neighbor too, right? I mean, in terms of the resources we have, how we can help them with their economic security and their national security. It's a chance to deliver that message again and again and again between now and whenever that day may or may not come.
You were in Mexico last week, I believe, Goldie, and you had a chance to meet
A little warmer there, Omar.
I'm sure it is, and you had a chance to spend some time with the Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum. I'm wondering if you could compare and contrast, the first Trump administration, the first presidency, to the one we are about to see. It certainly appears to me that there was a sense of Canada and Mexico sticking together to try to take on Donald Trump the first time, and there seems to have been a bit of a pivot. Now it seems to be every country is in it for itself and has to fight its own fight. Are you noticing that too?
I think we have to be careful about that, Omar. First of all, these trade agreements, I mean, they've been existing for nearly 4 decades now. They are trilateral in their nature. Supply chains have been built to address those opportunities that those trade agreements represent. I will say the Mexicans were a little hurt by some of the language that came out of Canada. We went down there to remind them that Canadian business has significant investments in Mexico. We welcome significant investment from Mexico into Canada. I've said to many in the United States that, you know, if North America were a hamburger, you still need good buns, you know. And so let's make sure that Mexico and Canada help enable America and this continent to take on the rest of the world. I had a meeting with Bob Lighthizer last year, and when I asked him to sign my book, his book, he said the following. He said, "To Goldie, your main message is keep North America #1." And it was very instructive because what it's saying is, of course, Canada and Mexico should be fighting for us to be working together. Just don't expect us to do it.
We just saw some VIPs arrive, to Goldie's point, at the Capitol for the ceremony. The room is still largely empty, but it's starting to fill in. Marco Rubio, the incoming Secretary of State, who will be a key figure in the relationship, Omar, between Canada and the United States. Our Foreign Affairs Minister, Melanie Joly, who won't be in attendance today, but she has been in contact on a number of occasions with the incoming Secretary of State, even before he was confirmed, which isn't necessarily conventional, but nothing really is with this incoming administration. We see there President Milei from Argentina as well. This will be one of the first inaugurations where there are different heads of state from other countries. So as well, Meloni from Italy, the Vice President of China will be in attendance, despite the president himself, Xi Jinping, being invited by Donald Trump back in December. His vice president instead will attend. We know former Prime Minister Boris Johnson of the UK was even at the ceremony this morning at church, and he will also attend the actual inauguration, which will take place indoors here. David, let me talk to you a little bit about the fact that this is taking place indoors as we take a look live inside Capitol Hill. How different will it be? Only 750 people versus what would have been expected outside, and who should we traditionally expect to be in the audience for a president's inauguration?
Well, traditionally you have congressmen and senators in that audience. Now we have the added factor of the billionaires and the foreign heads of state. So I think it's going to be a much more interesting crowd than we've ever had before. But certainly the size won't have the dynamic energy of the big crowds in the past.
It's also interesting to know who's not going to be there. Michelle Obama is not going to be there. And much has been made of that. However, one should remember that Donald Trump did not attend Joe Biden's swearing in 4 years ago. In addition, Nancy Pelosi, former Speaker of the House of Representatives, a woman of great power and influence in Washington, will not be attending today, and a number of Democratic members of Congress have said they will not be here either.
Although fascinatingly, Amy Klobuchar is the one who was the head of the inauguration committee.
Co-chair.
So co-chair. So there's kind of a mixed reaction among Democrats as well, Jean.
Yeah, well, I do think everybody who serves in the Congress, one hopes, believes in democracy and believes in the peaceful transfer of power. And whatever their personal disagreements may be on policy and perhaps style with Donald Trump, I think they still want to pay homage to this very important ceremonial event.
And that's why one of the things we're going to be watching for this morning, and certainly in the run-up to the oath that will be taking place at noon Eastern, is to see what kind of tone Donald Trump strikes with his inaugural address. Certainly the first one was somewhat dark, and this one we will see if he takes a more hopeful tone and tries to unify the country, despite the fact that he has, in this second mandate, received a strong mandate from the American people, and now controls not only the House, the Senate, but of course the executive and the White House as well. Let's get to CTV's Washington bureau chief, Joy Malvin, who's standing outside. And Joy, what are you seeing? I mean, when Vassy and I were coming to the spot this morning, the streets seemed rather quiet. Mind you, it was quite early, but certainly not, despite the security, the buzz in terms of the crowds that you would expect on a day like today.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very big day for America. I mean, you talk about the peaceful transfer of power. It's something that Joe Biden, something that Americans really feel strongly about it. You know, you mentioned before about the bad blood between them, rivals, bitter rivals at times, and yet that all goes away because this is what Americans take great pride in. But yeah, the streets are you know, it is a federal holiday, Martin Luther King, lots of security out. The streets are bare, but I saw some Trump supporters because, of course, all weekend long, we've seen a lot of those Make America Great Again hats, and we saw a lot of people chanting USA, USA. So Washington looked quite different, you know, for a city that's very democratic and very liberal. But a lot of them were walking down because although there is no parade, no celebration outside, some people are lining up to see that motorcade leave the White House for the Capitol. So that short little ride, some people want to see it. They want to bear witness to this very big event. You know, the one thing I'm thinking about right now, though, is the emotions right now. Think about it. Joe Biden, who still feels he could have beaten Donald Trump, sitting next to his rival. Joe Biden issued preemptive pardons today for people that are, you know, on Donald Trump's so-called enemies list. People like Anthony Fauci, who headed up the COVID fight. People like General Mark Milley, a 4-star general that Donald Trump wants to put in jail. This enemies list that Donald Trump has talked about, the January 6th committee, like Republican Liz Cheney, who co-chaired it, and Adam Kinzinger. Preemptive pardons, and yet there they are, sipping tea or coffee. And it is part of this great tradition in America that, you know what, this is what makes us great because we can hand over the reins of power to the person who wins.
We saw some other VIPs enter, David, including Mitch McConnell, Kevin McCarthy, Newt Gingrich, prominent Republican figures. John Boehner, who have at times, despite their support now of Donald Trump, really been at odds with him.
Oh, absolutely. We have to remember, the Republican Party establishment was against Donald Trump. He took the party from them. And
looks like this is Jeff Bezos right now, who is entering the Capitol Rotunda there. And you talk about the wealth now, and you're talking about a lot of money. I mean, some of the richest people in the world are going to be at this event today. Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, and of course Elon Musk, who is heading up the so-called Department of Government Efficiency. So you talked about the political power of Vassy earlier, but of course there's huge financial power today too.
Yeah, and there's nothing new about that. Big contributors making the donation in order to curry favor. It's the openness about it that is a bit striking, where they're actually showing up for the ceremony to pay court to the new president.
And also the conversion, I'd say, both on the part of the Republicans, who, as you mentioned, at one point were very much opposed to Donald Trump, and now many of them are bending the knee, and many of the tech titans were of Democratic persuasion, but they are among the world's wealthiest men, and they see an opportunity here to garner some political power and perhaps some more economic advantage.
The first arrival now of a former President Bill Clinton. George Bush is also expected to attend, as is Barack Obama, though Michelle Obama, his wife, has declined an invitation. I believe Boris Johnson, I'd recognize that hair anywhere, it is also headed inside. Goldie, there will be a Canadian contingent here in Washington, a pretty strong one. A couple of federal ministers, Mary Ng, as well as François-Philippe Champagne, and premiers, Andrew Furey and Danielle Smith. But because the ceremony was now made so much smaller and indoors, they will likely be just below us in the embassy here.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It's unfortunate that we weren't able to take advantage of this great spot CTV has here. But look, it's an opportunity for Canadians to engage with Americans, many of whom are just excited about a day like today, probably very grateful that it's happening in such an orderly and traditional way. I did note, however, that Melania did not bring Joe Biden a gift. I think she did that for Michelle Obama, did she not?
There was something in a box. I do
was
recall.
There something? Yeah.
She declined the lunch invitation a few weeks ago, too. They usually have one together, and Melania
But nevertheless, they found a way to make it happen.
Yeah.
And I think it is important. But for Canadians, it is a chance to ensure that we use every exchange, every opportunity. I've been here from Saturday and we'll be here till the end of the day Tuesday. And everyone I'm speaking with, including those that are very close to the president, the Heritage Foundation and Meridian and others, are sometimes not aware of some of the most obvious things that we as Canadians may just know. And so it is important to leverage every opportunity, whether it's over a coffee or over a glass of wine or whatever it is people are going to be doing for the next 4 days, to ensure the repetition of our message about how important Canada is to America's prosperity, America's security.
Vivek Ramaswamy just walking in moments ago. Of course, he was a Republican presidential contender and co-running this Department of Government Efficiency. There he is now, expected, by the way, imminently to announce his governorship for Ohio. So again, somebody who has increased his profile in recent months as a result of the presidential campaign, and now is taking a run at that position in Ohio. So, Goldie, what are you hearing from the business community in Canada vis-a-vis the concerted effort by Canadian officials to really demonstrate, which we've been seeing ramped up in the past 2 weeks, Canada's value to the Americans? We've seen various cabinet ministers go on American television and talk about that, right?
Well, it's two-pronged, right? On the one hand, the Americans, and by the way, when I say Americans, I mean Democrats and Republicans, have been calling Canada out for not living up to its defense commitments with NATO. They have said, we're worried about your border being a little more porous than historically has been the case. Although I will say, for the most part, it's South Asian students with degrees heading down here, so they may not mind that so much. And they have definitely been wanting to ensure that we're taking the border seriously, that we're addressing some of their issues that they have raised. So we need to do that on the one hand, and Canadian businesses are aggressively ensuring that our government understands the importance of hearing what's being said, and not just saying it's not Republicans, it's also Democrats saying the exact same thing for the last 4 years. So that's one front. The other front is to, as I said earlier, remind them, for example, we talk a lot about energy. Most of the aviation fuel that might be sitting at Toronto Pearson Airport today would have come from Canada, gone into the United States, been refined and sent back up to Canada. Be careful. Be careful that we don't have a boomerang effect on our economy where Canadians end up paying twice if we're going to impose our own tariffs. So we have to be very strategic, is what we're telling our government. We have to be confident and sure that we're not going to do self-harm. This is the key thing here, is if it's wrong for tariffs to be imposed on Americans, do we really want to impose them on Canadians? And if we do, we need to do it on things that we make or we can source very quickly. Otherwise, the consequence is Canadians just pay more for stuff. So inflation returns and it has a downside impact.
Which is really difficult when you talk about two economies that are so intertwined and the supply chain is so intertwined.
Look at auto. I mean, how many times do you want to pay the tariff? It goes up and down the border 4 or 5 times.
We're just standing by, awaiting the exit of Donald Trump, President-elect Trump, and his wife Melania Trump. Right there, there's the doors. They're inside the White House right now with Joe Biden, President Joe Biden, and his wife, Dr. Jill Biden. They are expected to emerge any moment from that meeting. They've been there for about 20 or so minutes at this point, and then head off to the Capitol. You could see just a moment ago that the Capitol has really started to fill up with a number of prominent Republicans, with some billionaires thrown in, and we are keenly awaiting the arrival of other former presidents. So far, former President Bill Clinton has already stepped inside.
We've also seen prominent Democrats.
Yep.
We saw Steny Hoyer, congressman from Maryland, a member of House leadership for years and years, and James Clyburn. James Clyburn from South Carolina was very instrumental in the election of Joe Biden. He threw his support to him early and had a tremendous impact. Yesterday, Biden spent the day with Clyburn in South Carolina, and the two flew back to Washington.
So we're watching they're emerging, sort of in a staged approach. That was Doug Emhoff, the spouse of Kamala Harris, and then also J.D. Vance's wife. And now we're anticipating the vice presidents will come, followed by the presidents. We're just waiting for that to happen as they all eventually head over to the Capitol. While we do wait for that, Goldie was talking about the prospective response from Canada in case there are tariffs announced today, as Donald Trump had threatened in the last few weeks to do, in the last number of weeks to do. Our colleague Michael Couture is standing by at a cabinet that has been specifically brought together in case that happens today. Mike, what can you tell us about what you're hearing on the ground, about how they may respond, or even if they're going to have to?
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think a lot of members of this government right now are trying to wrap their heads around that report that potentially there will not be tariffs announced today, but rather that Donald Trump has instructed his trade representatives to take a look at the numbers and then to figure out some sort of response, not only vis-a-vis China, but also, as he had put it, or as we're seeing that report, something on America's continental neighbors. So, of course, that includes us and Mexico. Despite that, we know that the cabinet will be meeting here at the Chateau Montebello, and they are going to have this sort of war-like atmosphere, war room-like atmosphere, where they'll be huddled and ready to respond at a moment's notice. That's why Justin Trudeau wants those key members of his cabinet here. Of course, Finance Minister Dominic LeBlanc will be arriving. Melanie Joly, Foreign Affairs Minister, as we understand, will be on her way from Montreal, where she was this morning, giving a few interviews. We expect to hear from her. I've been in communication with her team. They as well have been looking over these reports, hoping that there will not be tariffs imposed today. Senior government source that I spoke with yesterday said that, look, there could be hundreds of executive orders issued today by Donald Trump. So they will have to sort through that. They will have to look through the specific executive order, if it comes on tariffs, and see exactly what he imposes. Will it be the 25% on all Canadian goods going into the United States that he had threatened, or will it be something else? Could it be 5%? Could it be just specific things that he wants the tariffs to be levied upon it? That is the question. They do have a response ready, Vassy. This is something that they have very clearly said will be a staged approach. That right out of the gate, it'll be about 10 products that are specifically targeted to get the attention of Republicans and even Donald Trump himself, when you consider that Florida orange juice is on that preliminary list, something that is a bit of a nod to where he hails from and where Mar-a-Lago is located. Kentucky bourbon is on that list as well, sort of hearkening back to that old list back in 2018 when we struck with retaliatory tariffs, when they targeted our steel and aluminum. And then we'll expect to hear the Prime Minister come out with a message to Canadians, which is essentially going to be by Canadian, something that we had heard from Doug Ford last week when the Premiers and the Prime Minister gathered. But he will specifically call out those 10 products that are coming, that will likely be targeted if they need to respond, and basically say to Canadians, don't buy these things. Instead, when you're at the grocery store or whatever store you'll be in, look for something that says that it's made in Canada.
And as we do stand by, that's our Michael Couture, where the Canadian cabinet, federal cabinet, is gathered. We're also hearing from provincial premiers about what they would do should Donald Trump, as we wait for him to emerge from the White House and head to his inauguration on Capitol Hill, announce tariffs on Canada. Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario, is saying he'd wipe off all American booze from the LCBO. Take a listen.
And have sent a direction to the LCBO, these tariffs come, to clear off every bit of U.S. alcohol off the shelves. Let's start promoting more Ontario-made wines and the vodkas and spirits. That's what we need to do. We're the largest purchaser of alcohol in the entire world. They will feel the pain. I will make sure I communicate this to our other premiers that they should be following suit. This is
Guys.
Premier Ford there of Ontario, of course, promoting a Buy Canada strategy. He's also in the past threatened to cut off electricity that Ontario supplies to Minnesota, to Michigan, to New York. Ford is one of the premiers, like the majority of them, who are wanting to keep all options on the table right now when it comes to Canada's response, Canada's plans. But Vassy, I want to touch on a couple of things that Mike mentioned. I find it interesting that, you know, Donald Trump still has this ability to keep Canada on its toes, despite that report by the Wall Street Journal pointing to the fact, highlighting the fact that those tariffs will not come today. The fact that Canadian officials still don't know what is going to happen, less than 2 hours before the incoming president is about to take office, that is hugely significant. I mean, you talk about the relationship between Canada and the United States. I mean, this is one of the most famous speeches is when John F. Kennedy came to the Canadian Parliament. I believe it was in the 1960s, and he really so eloquently talked about the relationship between Canada and the U.S. And how integrated the two countries are. And this would be, a seismic economic move that the U.S. would be taking, and we still don't know, or according to what we're hearing, we still don't know exactly the course of action that the incoming president is going to take. Second point, if Donald Trump is now pausing plans on those tariffs, the question we have to ask is some of that public opinion shifting? We know that there was a survey that was done last week, and it seems to be that there is a greater proportion of the population. We hear a chopper overhead right now. Perhaps Gene can fill us in on that, our security expert, on what that could be. But as that opinion seems to be shifting, is Donald Trump now tapping into that public opinion, recognizing that American consumers could be impacted by the tariffs that he is about to impose?
Yeah, just a guessing game at this point, really.
Certainly
There's
is.
Jill Biden and Melania Trump heading into the limo. We do anticipate that President Joe Biden and President-elect Donald Trump will also emerge and share a limo ride over to the Capitol for the inauguration ceremonies. As far as, the fact that nobody seems to know, I mean, it's very true. Like, I'm in constant contact right now with people who would be in charge of designing the response to these tariffs, and they don't yet have official confirmation from anyone in the incoming administration that what the Wall Street Journal is reporting, that the tariffs will not be announced today, is in fact the truth. They're hoping, as Mike said, they're praying that that's the case. But as Goldie pointed out, even if we get a reprieve today, I don't think it necessarily means in the medium or long term that reprieve will stick. It's definitely not as bad as it could have been, but I think the expectation is that he is still intent in some capacity in doing something about the trading relationship, which he constantly characterizes as imbalanced in Canada's favor. Of course, the facts aren't there to bear that out. It's a reciprocal relationship, but that is his view, and certainly one that has informed the threats that he has made so far.
And certainly we know, based on his rally yesterday, even if that doesn't come today by virtue of an executive order, that tariff, we know that he wants to, in his words, sign a record number of executive orders almost immediately after he becomes president. In just about an hour and a half time, that is when he will be taking that oath of the office. The longest inaugural address, based on my research, and again, you're the expert, was William Henry Harrison, if I'm not mistaken, 9th president of the United States. How long was his inaugural address?
Well, first off, William Henry Harrison was 68 years old, which was considered outrageously old for somebody to be elected president of the United States. But to prove how young and vigorous he was, he didn't wear an overcoat, and he gave the longest speech in rain and in wind. He winds up getting pneumonia and dying 30 days later. So the shortest presidency, William Henry Harrison, killed by an inauguration.
There's a lot of people filling in as you speak, David. Oh, and here we go. We're anticipating the exit here. I'm just trying to see. It's a little bit dark. There's J.D. Vance and Kamala Harris, the vice president and vice president-elect, heading out. They, too, will share a limousine to the Capitol as we await that inauguration. We have been talking about the potential impact, of course, on Canada, which is always omnipresent because of the nature of the relationship between our two countries. But specifically in this case, Donald Trump has threatened the use of what he called economic force to impose a different arrangement when it comes to trade and our economy, and also the implication, or the imposition rather, of a 25% blanket tariff. We just played a clip of Doug Ford, Omar, saying that he's instructed them to remove American booze from the shelves of the LCBO should that come true. Ontario's trade representative, David Patterson, who's based here in Washington, is sitting amongst us at the moment. David, can you expand? Have you gotten any official word that the tariffs aren't being announced today by any chance?
No, I think it's stand on guard for thee, and we'll see exactly what we get. But you're always wise to take the president at his word, and whether it's a study or whether it's immediate imposition, we need to be prepared, and I think there's been excellent preparation work for different options in that regard. But you don't do a deal until you see the term sheet.
And when it comes to Ontario's response, how coordinated will it be with the federal government and the overall Canadian response, or will it be a lot of this sort of like piecemeal LCBO, or is that all part of something that's being discussed?
No, I think there's been discussion between the provinces and with the federal government, and probably more so than any time in our history. Clearly, as we've been talking here for the last year, living here, we've said that we should be training our guns outward towards groups like China instead of inward against ourselves. And hopefully some of that message does come through, but tariffs are clearly something that would be incredibly serious for the economy. And so we need to be prepared, and we need to, as is said, look at all options. And that can range from certainly the LCBO to probably the most important thing, I think, in Canadian history, which is thinking about our different commodities that get sent down to the United States. And if you just walk coast to coast and think about the things that are irreplaceable, from our forestry to our potash, to our energy, to our uranium, to our aluminum, to the nickel of Ontario, none of which really is replaceable in the U.S. economy. Those are all, as we say, the last things that anyone wants to do, including electricity and certainly including alcohol. And so we need to find out first where we've got to, and then we'll act ourselves accordingly.
Is the message of Canada's values sticking, though? I mean, we've seen this messaging for quite some time now. We know even before the election in November that Canadian officials were preparing for this possibility. Have you seen a change, even though we haven't seen Donald Trump back off that threat of tariffs, in your conversations with American officials here, as well as the premiers? Are we seeing that that's sticking?
Yes, I mean, I've been here for a year, spent most days at that building behind us, and meeting with Republicans in all the key committees, all the key states where we're their biggest customer. And, in anything in life, my background is business. When you say I'm your biggest customer, would you like to meet? Usually they say, yeah, I'd like to meet. And we have a good discussion about the trade between our provinces and states, but also overall. But, we all need to be reminded in Canada that it's not always just about us. What's happening here today is about the world. It's about a big shift on global trade and big changes in terms of regulatory aspects. And so for our point of view, we see enormous opportunity in growing together. Some of these changes can be absolutely extraordinarily beneficial for our businesses, both in the United States and Canada, or we can turn guns on ourselves. And so we need to work our way through that, and the best way is to start with lots of conversation, and that's what we've done for the last year.
Live look right now at the White House. Any moment now, in fact, we should be seeing. There they are right now. The outgoing president and the incoming president emerging there from the White House. And
Amy Klobuchar ahead of them, of course.
And about to enter a vehicle, the Beast, as it's called, on its way to the Capitol Rotunda.
This is another one of those traditions where the president and the soon-to-be president ride together. It started in 1837 with Andrew Jackson and Martin Van Buren down Pennsylvania Avenue to go to the Capitol, another one of these symbols of the unity, despite maybe a tough fought race.
Are there other examples of people who were, or presidential candidates who were at great odds doing this? What are the ones
absolutely.
that stick out for you?
The infamous one is Herbert Hoover and FDR. In 1933, Hoover was talking about how FDR was going to come in and get rid of capitalism and be the death of America. So there was bad blood in that car.
And walk us through the moment of the oath, which will be happening now in about an hour and a half's time, David. I mean, the president, the incoming president, typically swears on the Bible. We know that Barack Obama and others have sworn on the Lincoln Bible. But John Quincy Adams, I believe, took his oath on a book of laws.
That's
so it
right.
doesn't have to be.
So it's not required, and there's also a variation between an oath or an affirmation, that is the key difference, and that is the pivotal moment. It's not just the speech, it's the actual oath. Something similar to a coronation, where we get an element of the sacred.
And you can see, though, I was just going to say, it's loud where we are, and there's a ton, Gina, of extra, you can hear the choppers as this this makes its way, this motorcade, to where we are.
And when you look down at the street here, you can see how the security is beefed up right along this route that the limousine is going to take. My guess is that those helicopters are obviously doing surveillance, but they may also be doing some testing. They may be making sure that air quality, et cetera, is what it should be.
And here comes the motorcade as it makes its way from the White House. Both President Joe Biden and President-elect Donald Trump are inside there. They're making their way to Capitol Hill, just behind where we're sitting here at the Canadian Embassy. That's where the ceremony will take place. Both Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and President-elect Trump will take the oath. And then we're going to hear from President-elect Trump. Omar, he's going to deliver a speech, his second speech, because it's his second inauguration.
And essentially lay out his vision, and we'll see what tone he strikes. But you know, this vehicle, the Beast, is heavily fortified, as we know. Gene, you can talk to us a little bit about that, and also the security presence that we're seeing on the street, as we appear to be hearing cheers from the onlookers and those standing by. But about 25,000 people who are here in the Capitol today. Tell us about this vehicle that we're looking at.
Incredibly well reinforced, top, bottom, sides. I have actually had the opportunity to ride.
You have?
Wow. Not in the Beast, but in one of the earlier iterations of a presidential limousine. When I was working for a different network, we were doing a story about the creation of the Beast. It's really quite an experience to sit inside of this, but designed specifically with security in mind, more even than comfort, more than convenience. It's all about keeping the President of the United States absolutely safe when he's in transit, and in this case, the President-elect, who's about to assume the office. And as a matter of fact, I keep looking back over our shoulders because they're about to pass by the Canadian Embassy, I believe.
How far, the drive is just a few minutes. How close is the White House? That's just for people who haven't been to Washington,
I'm
who are
such
watching.
a bad person at estimating distances. I would say maybe a mile,
right?
Maybe.
And everything, Omar, is shut down. You can see the security lining the sides, and they've been here all morning since the sun rose, basically. But not a lot of people around because of the move indoors, and that's sort of impacting the way it looks during the drive as well.
Yeah, radically different. Yeah. Ordinarily, you'd see people
everywhere,
several people deep on either side of the roadway cheering, and they were discouraged from coming. During the security briefings over the last 2 days, they mentioned there will not be a parade. There will only be a motorcade. There really won't be that much to see. You can have some access to this, but it is not going to be the usual inaugural experience.
This inauguration historic on so many levels already, not least of which, as we've been talking about, is the weather. This is the first time in 40 years that we've seen this inauguration move indoors. The last time, of course, it happened was back in 1985 for the beginning of Ronald Reagan's second term.
Before that, in 1944, as an austerity measure, and because the war, we were winning, but it wasn't. We were taking a lot of casualties. FDR chose to also cut out the pomp and circumstance, hold the ceremony.
And there's been lots of other places where inaugurations have happened. They're taking the oath has happened when a president dies and someone has to take over.
Of course,
right?
After the assassination of Jack Kennedy, it took place on Air Force One with a judge. They didn't even have a Bible, so they used a Catholic missal.
One of the interesting things I thought that Trump mentioned in his speech yesterday is that he wants to release all the records relative to the JFK, RFK, and MLK assassinations.
He promised to do that today, yeah.
And, he's nominated RFK Jr. to be a member of his cabinet, and this is something that RFK Jr. has very much wanted. But I was.
And it's something that Americans have wanted desperately for decades.
Yes.
Talk about a popular measure. I'm not sure there's going to be, do the polling on that one. Not much opposition to opening up all the records to get the truth out about the Kennedy assassination.
To be a passenger in this vehicle right now, I do very much wonder what they're talking about.
If they're talking.
It's silent. That's my guess.
They're making their way to Capitol Hill where the ceremony will take place. The order of the ceremony, first they'll arrive, they'll be in a holding room for a while, for a number of minutes, and then President-elect Donald Trump and Vice President-elect J.D. Vance will be introduced. They will separately take the oath, and then, Omar, we're scheduled to hear from Donald Trump when he delivers his speech. A bird's eye view here, though, of the security and the sort of motorcade that moves with the incoming president and the current president as they travel together, make the journey from the White House to Capitol Hill for the ceremony. That room inside Capitol Hill largely full now with people from every party, all sorts of people, Democrats and Republicans in the political universe, but the business universe as well, with people like Jeff Bezos we saw. We have heads of state from other countries, which is a rare occurrence, coming to witness it as well.
Just, in fact, Vassy
passing us by
right now, over our shoulders right now, here on Pennsylvania Avenue. And at street level right now is CTV's Washington Bureau Chief Joy Malbon. Joy, tell us a little bit about you, what you're seeing.
Yeah, well, I'm not seeing a lot. I'm seeing a little, because most of the roads have been blocked down. There is security. People have to go through certain security, different roads in order to get down to the White House. I have seen, little pockets of Trump supporters, and they stand out in this very liberal Democratic town because they're wearing their Make America Great Again hats. They're wearing their stars and stripes and their colors. And certainly they're disappointed because this was their big day, and disappointed because, the big parade, the inauguration, all the pomp and circumstance, the tradition of this peaceful transfer of power to a new president, and it's their president that is coming back. So there is some of that disappointment because everyone's jockeying for a seat. Now, inside the Capitol, apparently some congressional people who work there, who serve the public, they've been kind of pushed out in order for some of the tech people, like the Elon Musks of the world, and the Tim Cooks, the Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, so that they can have a seat. Now, it's going to be interesting. You mentioned the motorcade with President Biden and soon-to-be President Donald Trump. Both are issuing pardons today, and I find that dynamic pretty interesting because President Biden is trying to protect people like Anthony Fauci, who oversaw COVID protections in this country, people like General Mark Milley, a so-called enemies list that Donald Trump says that he wants to throw these people in jail. President Biden had a preemptive pardon this morning. Sorry, the lips are a bit frozen. It's a bit cold out here. And of course, President-elect, soon-to-be President Donald Trump, plans to pardon January 6th people who rioted and attacked the Capitol 4 years ago. And isn't that interesting? Here in the same Capitol, Donald Trump will be taking the oath of office at the same place that was attacked and ransacked, and police officers attacked, and people died on that day. So there's just so much irony in that whole event. So there's a lot going on for so many people on this day, on this very emotional day for many people.
You're so right to point that out, Joe. The contrast of these images from what we saw back in 2021 on January 6th when that group, that mob, stormed the Capitol and the Rotunda today is going to be the exact same spot where we see a peaceful transition of power when the incoming president, Donald Trump, takes his oath of office. Just stand by for us, Joy. Jean Meserve just wanted to add something to what you just mentioned moments ago.
There's a real question about how many of those January 6 rioters are going to get pardons. At some points, the president-elect has indicated it will be a blanket pardon for all of them. More recently, he's indicated, and J.D. Vance has indicated, that it will be more selective and that those convicted of the most serious charges may not be pardoned. What's going to be interesting to watch, according to people I've spoken to who monitor these things, is the reaction on the far right. those individuals have expected a blanket pardon, and if they don't get it, they are going to be sorely disappointed in a man who they have wholeheartedly supported for the presidency of the U.S.
Presidential pardons are kind of that magical power of the president, kind of like a king, to just forgive the sins and move on. And what's interesting today is these competing pardons.
Yeah.
Biden is protecting
Here
his
they are,
people.
by the way, both of them walking
Trump
in right
is
now.
freeing his people. And it makes me very uncomfortable in terms of the rule of law. I hope that this is not something that we're going to see from here on out, because there's something disturbing about the battle of these partisan parties.
What about the preemptive, the use of the preemptive,
preemptive-
pardon by, and I should say there's Chuck Schumer, Joe Biden, Donald Trump, Amy Klobuchar all walking into Capitol Hill for this ceremony, Vice President Harris as well.
The preemptive pardon is pretty remarkable, because in the past you got convicted, you admit your crime, you show some sort of contrition. Now it's a get out of jail free card, and that to me is not the rule of law.
I just want to bring in CTV political analyst Eric Ham into this conversation. And as you just saw that image of the incoming president and the outgoing president enter the U.S. Capitol, here we're seeing an image to the right of Elon Musk, who has taken such a prominent role in this administration without being elected, and has been very vocal on his platform X. What are you thinking right now, Eric? What do you make of what we're seeing?
This is a remarkable moment in time right now, because as we watch two presidents, as one of these men are being sworn in, this is an opportunity for Donald Trump with a do-over. Because if we go back 4 years, Donald Trump was not here when this took place. He left. He did not provide a transition to Joe Biden. And we see now this peaceful transfer of power. We see how Donald Trump is being afforded this opportunity for his inauguration that he did not give to a former president. And you wonder, 4 years from now, what will this look like? But also, how is Donald Trump going to govern? Because these are two very different men with two very different ideologies in terms of what they wanted to see. Yesterday, incoming President Donald Trump said that he's going to do away with many of Joe Biden's executive orders. And so is this going to be a unifying presidency, or will we see more of the same from Donald Trump? And I think right now, these are questions when he's thinking about legacy in his final 4 years. What does he want that legacy to look like? Does he want to be defined by what took place on that fateful day of January 6th, or does he want to be defined by something greater? And I think this is a moment for Donald Trump to actually answer that question.
Some people have also wondered if he's going to overreach and follow through on what he's promised with such force that it may end up damaging his legacy.
Here comes the cabinet. They were just introduced formally. I think we saw the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth at the start there. They will be introduced, and then we will see a formal introduction of both Vice President-elect Vance as well as President-elect Trump. They will each separately take the oath from different Supreme Court justices, and then we will hear from Donald Trump. To Eric's point, get a better indication of exactly what he is, what his message today is to Americans. Though we have heard frequently, which is another kind of rarity from the president in the past few days, including last night, Eric, at a rally where he did seem to very clearly stipulate what his priorities will be, particularly at the outset of his time in office. And he made no bones about the fact that it would be a lot and quickly.
Yeah. And I mean, 100 executive orders possibly today, that's so unusual for an incoming administration. I mean, typically they do want to set the tone. But I think, again, Donald Trump is just one of those people who just likes to break the mold, and I think that's what we're going to continue to see. It's interesting to see Vivek Ramaswamy. We're hearing that he's actually on his way out from DOGE, and he hasn't really even gotten started yet. So already we're just seeing so much transition, and I think that will be one of the hallmarks of this administration, very similar to what we saw during his first tenure with a lot of turnover and the instability. It'll be interesting to see how all of this works out. Some of these potential cabinet members have not even been confirmed as of yet. So you wonder who will actually be here in a month and 6 months from now, in a year.
He's telegraphed a lot of his plans, some of which we heard about yesterday in that rally at the Capital One Arena here in D.C. How much do we really know about this mass deportation plan, which he says will be, a record-breaking plan, historic by many, but by what he's saying. But this could be potentially costly and could take years.
And the question becomes, where does the money come from? Now, he's got control of the Congress, who controls the purse strings. So if they want to provide him the resources to do that, they certainly can. But again, just the logistics and the enormous amount of resources involved, I mean, that could be enormous. And again, if we're talking about mass deportations, you cannot do mass deportations without going into many, if not all, of these red states, and where you have small communities that largely depend on these communities. Let's go to the state of Ohio, for example, where you've got a Haitian community in the city where, of course, we know Donald Trump criticized, saying they were eating cats and dogs. That was a community that at one time was completely desolate. It was empty. And now you've got businesses there, you've got a tax base. Do they want to see a thriving immigrant community removed? And what does that mean, not just for those small regional economies, but for the overall economy, where you have a president who ran on this idea that he will bring down inflation? And if you look at his policies such as mass deportations and, of course, these tariffs, that could cause not only the deficit, but inflation to explode.
I think the sense, though, that he's communicated is also, David, that he thinks those tariffs could do things like pay for tax cuts that he wants to see extended, or things like those mass deportation plans, as we keep our eye here on Mike Pence, Donald Trump's vice president, who saw him for the first time in 4 years just a number of days ago at Jimmy Carter's funeral. So we'll see now, one by one, sort of the big names of the day, the highest profile former presidents and former politicians enter. That's part of what happens today, David.
That's right. And I just want to get back to your point about the deportation. In order for it to work, he's got to work with blue cities. And he's got to work with mayors and governors and police departments that have the intelligence on the ground. Because if you're going after gangs, ICE isn't going to be able to, they don't know the streets the way police departments and members of the communities themselves. Got to work with them. And so if you're actually going to get the job done, it can't just be done when you're willy-nilly running around throwing people out.
And that's where someone like a Kash Patel is going to be very, very interesting. What does his tenure, if he's actually confirmed, what does he look like? Because again, you've got the FBI, you've got field offices in all of these major cities. Can he lead an operation like that? Will he be effective? And will he actually work with a lot of these mayors, police departments in these blue cities?
You have to, because there's no other way, right?
Definitely.
The other big question is the military. And how is he going to use the military in these operations? A huge looming question, which raises all sorts of constitutional issues.
Objectively, though, I mean, he has a mandate. I mean, he didn't shroud it in any kind of mystery during the campaign. He said that that's exactly what he wanted to do and that he would do. I think the questions around implementation are certainly valid, but there are a lot of Americans who supported him in the rhetoric he employed around
without doubt, but there's a logistical issue in terms of who do you have to target, and it's members of the community who don't want the gangs in their neighborhoods who are going to be most helpful in finding out who to target.
If you're just joining us now, we are coming to you live from the Canadian Embassy in Washington, D.C., just across the street from the picture you're looking at inside Capitol Hill. Dignitaries from all political stripes, I should say, are getting set to witness the inauguration of Donald J. Trump, the incoming 47th president of the United States, and his vice president, J.D. Vance, members of his cabinet, his family, his inner circle, club of billionaires as well, Omar, all in attendance. We've seen many of them in the audience so far. He is in a holding room at the moment, as is Joe Biden. We've seen Kamala Harris and some other people walk in already and take some of their seats, but he's in a holding room until that introduction is formally made.
And you can see the gentleman who just turned towards the camera, of course, is Jeff Bezos, who is among the about 700 people attending. Next to him is the CEO of Google, Sundar Pichai. And we know that Elon Musk was to the right of that screen as well.
And Robert Kennedy Jr. behind them. I mean, it's an amazing shot.
Just the faces you see at these things are extraordinary. I'm interested, and I just want to get your perspectives on this, how the relationship between Elon Musk and Donald Trump evolves as his administration goes on, because you've got two gentlemen with egos that are quite large.
Yes, it is going to be, I think, the most dramatic relationship over the next several months, if not years. An example of how it's being perceived may be the most recent cover of the New Yorker magazine, which actually shows Elon Musk with his hand on the Bible at the inauguration.
Trump didn't like that.
I'm sure he did not. I'm sure he did not.
Here we go. Former President Bill Clinton and former presidential candidate and Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. They're making their entrance. And usually, from what I remember, and David, correct me if I'm wrong, now all the former presidents will come in succession.
Right. Again, that kind of president's club, and despite differences, we're all coming together on this one day.
It's going to look really, really interesting when you watch Barack Obama walk in there and he's not with his wife.
Yeah, Michelle
and you
Obama.
see all of these other former presidents with their former first ladies,
Yeah.
and she's noticeably not there.
Yeah, the two most prominent Democrats, and there are many Democrats who are there, but the two most prominent who chose not to attend, there's George Bush and Laura Bush, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker Emeritus Nancy Pelosi, and Michelle Obama, Barack Obama's wife, both saying that they will not attend these ceremonies. I think we've got former Canadian ambassador to the U.S., Gary Dewar, joining us as well to offer some of his perspective. Gary, you spent a long time here in Washington. How significant is today's inauguration from where you sit?
Well, it's it's a really important exercise in democracy in the United States. It's of course my experience being in the embassy in Washington. I remember Amy Klobuchar, who was actually joining the president-elect and the outgoing President Biden in the car going down to the Capitol. Remember when she was just elected senator from Minnesota, saying, I looked out at the inauguration and all I could see was Canadian flags flying on the Canadian embassy down the Pennsylvania Avenue. So it's unfortunate that this is now being brought inside. But having said that, and the parade has been moved or canceled because it goes right by the Canadian embassy. But the Canadian embassy, where you are, is the #1 spot to watch the inauguration, watch the parade, and then eventually senators will come to the reception at the embassy, and of course it's valuable time to discuss our important mutual relationship. And so I've had a number of inaugurations I've attended, and I'm jealous of the team, CTV team in Washington today.
Well, we missed your presence as we just watched former U.S. President Barack Obama make his entrance, and we're standing by for more dignitaries to enter. If you were still ambassador today, Gary, how worried would you be about some of the threats where our economy and tariffs are concerned that have been levied by the incoming president? How much sleep would you be losing right now?
Well, I think that the Canadian ambassador that's in office now has done a really good job of attending both the Democratic and Republican conventions. They, of course, have the senators from each of the parties there, plus a lot of the lobbyists, a lot of the business community. She's done an excellent job of reaching out and ensuring people know the benefit to the U.S. customer and U.S. jobs of Canada's role with the United States. I would be worried about this afternoon with the executive orders. This is the pomp and circumstance part of the inauguration. Later on, the executive orders will be important. I think it's going to be a battle in Washington between the business community that does not want to see inflation go up and the Trump administration that wants to partially pay for their tax proposals that will expire at the end of 25. They don't want those taxes to go up in the beginning of 26, which of course is a midterm election period for the Senate and Congress, and the president-elect will not want that to happen, that they expire. So this is one of the tensions we have. But it looks like the executive orders today, the dramatic ones, the people in Washington are using shock and awe, but I think it's just completely dramatic, are going to be on immigration, particularly immigrants that are in the United States now that are going to be shipped back to primarily Mexico, but maybe Haiti and Venezuela as well. That'll be the big news today. And I understand lately that there is a feeling in Washington that the president will study trade, including Canada, Mexico, and China. And if they study it, they will come to the conclusion we have. If they raise tariffs with Canada, they raise inflation. And Trump won the election on two items: one, immigration, and two, inflation. And I think that he and his team have got to watch out for the unintended consequences of tariffs. That is not just money for the U.S., but rather inflation for their citizens. But I'd be worried about it because obviously omnipresent.
Sorry. Got it. Understood. Gary, thanks so much for your perspective. Really appreciate it, as always. Former Canadian ambassador to the U.S., Gary Dewar, reflecting, Omar, a little bit of cautious optimism among people I'm talking to in the federal government as well, that if Trump does, as has been reported today, instead choose to study Canada-U.S. trade versus slap those tariffs on immediately, we may have one, at least in the immediacy, a bit of a reprieve.
You're seeing members of the Supreme Court now coming into the rotunda. Of course, leading the pack there was Chief Justice John Roberts, who will be administering that oath of office in just under an hour's time. And then following him, behind him, the other
Brett Kavanaugh, who will do the oath for the vice president as well.
On that bench. But you're right, cautious optimism. But, you know, again, this is a man, an individual who knows how to keep countries, who knows how to keep political leaders on their toes. The fact that Canadian officials still don't exactly know what he's going to be doing with those tariffs less than an hour before he assumes the office says something. And this is part of something, a part of an MO that we've seen during his first time in office as well. We saw there Mark Zuckerberg previously. We saw the CEO of Google, saw Jeff Bezos. I have not seen the CEO of TikTok, by the way. He may be somewhere in this crowd.
He's supposed to be there. He was at the church service, I had heard.
Okay. So we may see a shot of him, but...
That's the other big news coming from last night's rally, right? The reprieve that Gene TikTok gets.
Yeah, it's been quite a reversal on the part of Donald Trump, who said previously he was all for shutting this down because of security concerns. Now it's back up, of course, and he's talking about finding some sort of compromise deal which may allow for some sort of 50-50 ownership between some U.S. entity and China. But that would not eliminate the big concerns about TikTok, which are security related. Can the Chinese, with their algorithm, influence the content that Americans are seeing? How might that play out in a conflict situation? And look at the data they're able to collect about Americans. Data, which is what it takes to train artificial intelligence, which is the big point of competition right now between the United States and China.
Talk a little bit about this room, David, and who we have seen enter already. We've seen former presidents arrive. We see cabinet, as well as Omar was mentioning, a number of sort of business tycoons in the audience. As you take a look around the room, as our camera kind of pans through it, what is sticking out to you about who will witness this inauguration?
Just the concentration of power. Mm-hmm. You know, raw economic and political might in that one room, with the former presidents, with these billionaires. I mean, that to me is that's the most powerful room I've ever seen.
And here's his family, his two sons, Donald Jr. and Eric Trump. Yeah, three sons, and Barron behind. Is Barron there behind? So I didn't see. Yes, and his daughters as well. So his entire family making their way in to the ceremony, which means likely J.D. Vance and Donald Trump are not too far behind at some point. His family, David, played a huge role in the last administration, and it looks a little bit less so.
Less so.
Like at least in an official capacity at this point.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think that also speaks to Trump's new confidence, going in, not necessarily needing, the kids around the way they had before.
Many people felt, however, that Ivanka was a moderating force on her father.
She tried, I think.
And
including the Canadian government, by the way, who developed people within the Prime Minister's office in our government who developed a very personal relationship with her and her husband, and ultimately leveraged those relationships to land a deal with NAFTA.
And Jared Kushner, also incredibly influential in the Middle East and in brokering the Abraham Accords. And of course, the Middle East, one of the big issues that President Trump is going to have to be grappling with from the get-go. We have the ceasefire, which at last report appears to be holding, but it's very fragile. We have a new government in Syria. They have to figure out what sort of stance they're going to take there, whether or not U.S. troops will stay in Syria or not. And there's Iran. They've been concerned about increasing cooperation. The U.S. has increasing cooperation with China and with Russia, supplying Russia with missiles and drones for warfare in Ukraine. At the moment, Iran is in a weaker position than it has been. We've seen Hamas and Hezbollah both seriously diminished by Israeli military action. Even the Houthis have been coming under significant attack. All of those groups, proxies for the Iranian government. The Iranian economy is a mess, largely because of U.S. sanctions. And the leadership is old. Some people have suggested this could be an opportunity for Donald Trump. Will he take that? Will he get tough, as he has in the past?
What do you make of the fact that he invited President Xi Jinping of China and that the vice president of China is here? I mean, China has been, so much a part of his sort of, characterization as an adversary and driving so much of his policy otherwise. What do you make of that?
And characterized as the biggest U.S. security threat by Marco Rubio, his incoming Secretary of State. Also by, the outgoing FBI director. This is the #1 competitor, economically and security-wise. China has been flexing its military muscle around Taiwan, heightening tensions there and in the Philippines. It's very interesting to me that Trump is obviously cultivating a personal relationship, or trying to, with Xi, that he wants perhaps to use his charm and his bargaining wiles to find a way forward with China. We'll see. We'll see if that's successful or not.
We talk about the geopolitical tensions, and there are so many right now, right? You mentioned the Middle East. We are talking about the relationship with the U.S. and China, and of course,
Ukraine.
Right? That has changed fundamentally, and now, we know that the North Koreans are involved in the fight alongside the Russians as well. So this is expanding and getting worse, and it's getting more intense.
And Trump has been very outspoken about the fact that he wants to settle that war. He wants to bring that to an end. He promised to do it initially before this day. Now they're saying about 100 days. Give him 100 days, and he'll be working on it. Nobody has any idea what he's actually going to propose. Is he going to ask the Ukrainians to give up significant territory or not? And not only is this obviously a point of high tension for Ukraine, but all of Europe that's looking at this and fearful that this might not be the end of Russian expansionism, and also very worried about NATO and the future of NATO.
I would just quickly note, we just saw former Vice President Dan Quayle and Mike Pence note Karen Pence, who almost infamously at this point at the Jimmy Carter funeral also refused to acknowledge Donald Trump when he came to sit down. I don't see
she didn't
Mike Pence's wife there. There wasn't any early telegraphing that she wouldn't be here. So I could be wrong. She could be in the audience, but I don't see, many of the others have walked in with their wives. And Mike Pence, of course, only been in the room with Donald Trump once since January 6th last time, and that was at that funeral with Jimmy Carter. He takes his place there among a number of other dignitaries.
United States, the Honorable William J. Clinton, accompanied by the Honorable
And
Hillary
Pence has
Rodham
been one of
Clinton.
the few Republican voices that has spoken out, raising questions about Donald Trump and what he will mean for the United States.
You know, many wondered if Hillary Clinton would take a page out of the Pence and Obama playbook and not attend this ceremony, given that we didn't see Michelle Obama at the funeral for Jimmy Carter, and the way Karen Pence responded to the Trumps. Would she be in attendance at this? But clearly, she's decided against that.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I feel like we're
President of the United States,
here.
the Honorable
dissecting.
George W. Bush.
Either that or
up
high
there.
school. It's hard to tell, right?
There we go, Mark. All the former presidents now making their way in. Of course, next up will be Barack Obama. A formal introduction, David, for each of them. Part of the sort of pageantry of this, right?
The
Very
pageantry,
traditional.
the ritual,
Yep.
that, again, that sense of this is the president's club, and regardless of party, we all get together for funerals and inaugurations.
And sometimes they develop actually close relationships, even if they're from different parties.
Again, it's a very lonely job. That White House is a lonely place, and there aren't that many other people on earth who have that experience, and that's what the Presidents and First Ladies Club is all about.
The 44th President of the United States, the Honorable Barack H. Obama.
But you know, you tend to see those relationships develop because at some point in time, because it's such a lonely job, you will see current presidents bring in former presidents either as envoys or to lead some sort of mission. For example, like what we saw with Bill Clinton and Jimmy Carter over Haiti, or with the Katrina recovery, how George W. Bush brought back in Bill Clinton. But we didn't see that during the first term of the Trump administration. And it's highly doubtful, I think, we'll see it in the second term.
It's not going to be like Jack Kennedy calling upon Dwight David Eisenhower.
Exactly.
The bad
Sure.
taste.
But it does speak sort of to the institutional strength that we're witnessing, right? Because they all have terrible, like to be blunt, they all have terrible relationships with Donald Trump. Personally, there's a lot of personal animosity, and yet there they are kind of doing what they would have done even if they all did sort of have a level of respect for each other.
That's right. And it's an important symbol, but there's also political baggage that comes with it, just being connected to Donald Trump if you're a Democrat.
What is the symbol to the rest of the world, though? Like the idea that, is there a message that this sends, to the globe that is uncertain right now about what to expect?
I would hope the message is that, despite all those disputes and how ugly it got during the campaign, the decision is the decision of the democracy, and now we're going to unify behind Trump. And let's hope he keeps it somewhat civil.
Talking about the relationships between former presidents, one of the more striking moments I felt at Jimmy Carter's funeral was when President Ford's son, read what Ford had written about Jimmy Carter before Ford died. He wanted to have his heartfelt feelings revealed at the service for Jimmy Carter. And they were heartfelt words. It was really quite remarkable.
Speaking of Jimmy Carter, I believe, David, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, there are 5 living presidents, and they were together the last time at that state funeral for Jimmy Carter, and again together today.
Just moments away, I believe, from the formal introduction of J.D. Vance and Donald Trump, who will, after that formal introduction, separately take the oath. And then we will hear from the then president, not just President-elect Donald Trump. We'll just listen in as they all make their way. There we have the spouses. Doug Emhoff and Jill Biden.
And just speaking of that oath, David, there are times when the president has had to retake that oath.
That's right. Most recently with John Roberts and Barack Obama, where they actually had to do it over, just in case.
Because he inverted some words or omitted some words the first time.
So, John Roberts thought he had it memorized, but when you're up there in front of all the cameras...
A lot of pressure.
Yeah, Chief Justice John Roberts is scheduled to conduct the oath for the president, and then Justice Brett Kavanaugh is the one who's going to do it for Vice President J.D. Vance. See members there of Donald Trump's family, former President Bill Clinton. All the former presidents have now made their way into the room. We just saw the spouses of Vice President Kamala Harris as well as President Joe Biden make their way in. You can, I think, safely assume that we will then start seeing the Vice President and President, and then the incoming President and Vice President as well. That's Barron Trump there. Donald Trump's youngest child.
But tallest.
Very tall, yeah, and kind of grew up throughout the years in office there. What a difference from 2016.
Yeah.
Now a college student. The Supreme Court, of course, also a subject of much discussion here in Washington. Donald Trump had a very strong imprint, was able to make a very strong imprint during his first term. And they have issued several decisions which have been very, very advantageous to him. And some people wonder if he's going to have additional opportunities to shape the court in this second term.
I'm looking at this shot, and we see the family, and then right behind them are the tech billionaires.
What does that say to you?
It just says that, this thing is, staged to really show Donald Trump's got the support of the most economically powerful people in the world.
And some of those sort of tech giants who are in attendance, we know Mark Zuckerberg, who heads up Meta, who recently made a bunch of decisions around how the platforms he operates will continue to operate, including getting rid of fact-checking, things that he directly addressed in an interview with Joe Rogan were as a result of Donald Trump's election and what he saw, David, as a move away from kind of political correctness and free speech, in his view.
Honestly, it's very scary when they're openly admitting, we were, changing things and putting our fingers on the scale one way under one president, and now we're going to do it a different way on another. There's something disturbing.
It's been an
about
extraordinary pivot for Mark Zuckerberg. The fact that Meta has donated as much as it has, I believe it's north of $1 million to the inaugural fund. The fact that they are moving their content moderation team from California to Texas, he has certainly openly made an extraordinary pivot to, of course, curry favor with the House of Representatives.
And Jeff Bezos, a topic of much discussion here in Washington, D.C., because he owns the Washington Post. And this is the newspaper that, broke open the Watergate scandal and has had a very proud tradition of tough reporting on government. And they have seen an exodus of staff
and Mr. Douglas Emhoff
in recent months, and there are real questions about its editorial direction. They've suffered a big drop-off in subscriptions, in part being part of people who feel that they're abandoning their mission to hold government accountable.
I think also, though, at least when you listen to the interviews that these tech giants are giving, it is also reflective of the decisiveness of Donald Trump's win, right? Like, there's no question as to the scope of it when everybody's saying, okay, look, I'm making these changes because this is what it's going to be going forward. And it's my sense is that they're reflecting that.
But it also speaks to, I think, where we are right now in terms of the power and influence and how it's changed in terms of how you amplify and you shape a narrative and a message. Because now what we see are tech giants and social media giants. We don't see the CEOs of Comcast
GM or
Verizon or CNN at this event. And so I think that speaks to how Donald Trump was able to use social media to power and elevate him back to the White House. And so what we see is he is rewarding them, but also, too, they've made clear that they have been willing to bend the knee and be a part of this Donald Trump ethos for the next 4 years, good or bad.
Yeah, to be fair, they seem, David, kind of relieved in some instances. Like, if you listen to the Zuckerberg interview, he didn't really seem apprehensive about getting to make those changes. It's like, oh, the shackles are off. I can go forward with the way I wanted to run this company.
Yeah, and again, it's that change in that person in the Oval Office, that personality quirk, and the tech billionaire saying, all I got to do is pay court, and I'll get some favors down the line.
And let's contrast that with the Democratic Party, who has prided themselves on being this big tent party. And what we see is Donald Trump didn't necessarily do that. I mean, this is a guy who is going to sign numerous executive orders going after migrants, going after the LGBTQ community. And he's used tech billionaires, social media companies to be able to do that. And so Democrats who thought and hoped that the 21st century would be built around this big tent, it certainly did not show to actually work against Donald Trump. Can the Republican Party, post Donald Trump, continue this success, or do we see a Democratic Party with this big tent strategy actually find its way back to power?
I guess it depends what the post-Donald Trump Republican Party looks like. If it's J.D. Vance, if it's Elon Musk, we're just at the beginning of the 4 years now, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. If you're looking at the screen right there, you can see Bill Clinton next to Doug Emhoff and Jill Biden. We're just standing by waiting for the official introduction of President-elect Trump as well as Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. You can see a number of prominent Republicans, Newt Gingrich there, for example, who are gathered. There's 750 people, Omar, inside Capitol Hill at this very moment, right behind us. They would normally be outside by the tens of thousands, but because of the weather, it's pretty cold. It's not as cold as it is maybe in Ottawa today, but that's another story. They're all, as a result of that, they're inside. The parade won't take place. There's going to be a big rally at an arena here in Washington. It's a very different day than we might have envisioned even a week ago.
And it goes back to what Jean was saying at the top of the show when we started talking to you this morning. I mean, 18 months of planning it takes to put on an inauguration, and there are always contingency plans. But the fact that, you had all these people traveling from across the country to attend on this day, and now they can't. Earlier we had a shot in the top right of your screen at the Capital One Arena where people are watching, but these are people who expect it to be close. They've spent money on hotels. They've spent money on flights to be here. Tens of thousands of people, in fact, and now we know that in the rotunda itself, initially there were only seats for about 600 people, and now that has been increased to 750. So we will see if there, I would only assume that there is a certain level of frustration that comes along with that. But again, this is very, very historic. The last time this happened, that an inauguration event was moved indoors, was 40 years ago, back in 1985.
If I could loop back to the tech bros who are in the room here, another factor, I think, in their support of Donald Trump is that they've had the Damocles sword of regulation hanging over them. They do not want to see that. Donald Trump has been very vocal about his disdain for regulation. This is giving them a reprieve. They're happy.
Deregulation is a big promise of his. Obviously, crypto is huge. A lot of people putting faith and putting stock in Donald Trump for that. But this is a president who's promised a lot. A lot of them do when they first come into office. A lot of people put a lot of faith in their politicians, and this goes across party lines. Whether you're a Democrat or a Republican. The question now is, despite the mandate that he has, and he has a far stronger mandate than he did the first time, will he be able to deliver on promises that are quite large and quite bold?
Well, this is true of every president coming in. Oftentimes you have contradictory promises that you made to one wing of the party and then you made to independents. And that's why the president's power immediately starts diminishing right after the inauguration. because once you start filling some promises, you antagonize and lose support from old supporters. So you got to make your moves within the first 100 days, because after that, it's downhill.
And that's why it brings us back to our previous topic, which is, the GOP was able to build a wider coalition with this election to some extent, but after Trump, can they hold that, Eric? Can they hold on to that? Because we have seen a constituency, voters who would have traditionally gone Democrat who didn't see a home in this party, and that shifted allegiance. So can they keep that tent going?
I think that's going to be a tremendous struggle for the GOP post Donald Trump. And I think we saw that even during the primaries, where you had those candidates on stage, and it was clear that none of those candidates had the staying power. None of those candidates had the ability to move communities that traditionally don't vote Republican. None of those people were able to move Latino men or African American men. You had Liz Cheney who came out and supported Kamala Harris, but that did not move the needle. And I think what you see is this is definitely a cult party. And the question, can Donald Trump actually anoint someone else to lead? Would he even be willing to do something like that? Those are questions that we won't get the answers to for at least a couple of years.
And how do the Republicans do without Trump at the top of the ticket?
Yeah.
Right? Because they didn't do so well during the midterms. And, we
Right.
got midterms coming up without Trump at
But
the
then
top.
we've also seen people like Governor Ron DeSantis, who has tried to emulate Donald Trump's bravado, and it simply just did not work.
There's only one
There's
Trump.
only one Donald, and Donald Trump's going to make sure to remind people of that every single day.
And here comes his wife, Melania Trump, as she makes her way, and she will be formally introduced, I anticipate, as well, into the Capitol building, which is at capacity at this moment, 750 people. A lucky 750, because there were tens of thousands who wanted to witness this outside, who have taken their seats inside. We've got former presidents among them, a number of world leaders who are politically aligned with Donald Trump, like the heads of state from Argentina and Italy, for example. You've got all members of Donald Trump's family who are seated together, congressmen and senators from both sides of the aisle who are there as well. Just a real concentration of sort of political grandeur and economic might all at once as they await the arrival of both J.D. Vance and Donald Trump. They will each take an oath. And here we go. We'll hear some of the ceremony.
And America's tenor, Christopher D. Macchio.
Grand and all through this land, you are beautiful to me.
There will be a number of musical performances throughout the ceremony today. We see a number of members of the leadership of Congress making their way in, Speaker Mike Johnson and Chuck Schumer, as well as Amy Klobuchar, who's one of the co-chairs of the inauguration. And more introductions on the way.
Mr. John Bessler, Mrs. Kelly Johnson, Mrs. Iris Weinschall Schumer, and Mrs. Jennifer Scalise.
And there he is, President-elect Donald Trump, making his way to the area where he'll be held before his formal introduction. Before him, a few moments ago, during the last song, we saw Vice President-elect J.D. Vance make his way as well. Trump taking her place, Donald Trump's wife, of course, taking her place next to Barron Trump, the couple's child. There's Jeff Bezos, the CEO of Amazon, making his way into the group there. Many members of Donald Trump's family, all of them, all his kids you could see, have assembled to watch him take the oath and become the 47th president of the United States. David, could you talk a little bit about what we can expect from a ceremonial perspective? They're each going to be introduced and then they will take an oath. What is the purpose of that oath?
Well, the president, the vice president will go first, and he's got a different oath than the president of the United States.
What differentiates them?
It's longer. It's a wordier.
The President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States. Ranking member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer. House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries. And Senate Majority Secretary, the Honorable Robert Duncan. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden Jr., and Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Kamala Devi Harris. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President-elect, the Executive Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Mr. Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, Jason Bell, and House Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms, Mr. Sean Keating. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President-elect, the Staff Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Elizabeth Farah, House Sergeant-at-Arms, the Honorable William P. McFarland, Senate Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway, Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, and the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, and Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome the chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy. For the past year, I've chaired the inaugural ceremony committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them I counted, and of course, the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders elevated by the will of the people promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther King Day, a further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and, as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government, 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. the construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago. Pray. Pray when fighting. Pray alone. Pray with others. Pray by night. Pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this Inauguration Day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this inauguration day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please, mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President, the last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still that I may reason with you before the Lord. So Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same.
and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office.
The duties of the office.
On which I am about to enter.
On which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the presidential oath of office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country. Sunlight is pouring over the entire world. And America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we are watching fires still tragically burn. From weeks ago, without even a token of defense, They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural. And very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states. And the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor, we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We're going to use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. and we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation. And right now, our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We are going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill, we will be prosperous, we will be proud, we will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered, we will not be intimidated, we will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely, we will live proudly, we will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing America the Beautiful, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and Carrie Underwood.
All right, it appears there may be some kind of issue, perhaps technical, at the inaugural ceremony. You can see there a shot of Carrie Underwood as she gets set to perform. But we just heard from Donald Trump, who has now become the 47th president. Lots to unpack in that inaugural address, Vassy, and we will throughout the course of this afternoon. But really giving the type of inaugural address that his supporters would have wanted to hear, saying that the golden age of America begins right now. The U.S. will not be taken advantage of. And he says that the challenges that the U.S. faces, we will be annihilated by the momentum that America is seeing. But notably, and quite notably, no mention of Canada.
Yes, I think there was some mention of tariffs in his view, the economic power of them. But he did not say, he did detail quite a bit of what he's going to do on day one, but that did not include slapping tariffs on us. And I think now the audio is back, so we'll listen in for a moment.
For amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed his grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Fisher will now introduce the benediction clergy.
I now call on Rabbi Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Mund to provide prayers of benediction.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing, that like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, We believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring from the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire. Let freedom ring from the mighty mountains of New York. Let freedom ring from the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania. Let freedom ring from the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado. Let freedom ring from the curvaceous hilltops of California. But God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last, free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude.
Live coverage of the inauguration of Donald Trump, and as we conclude our coverage on the main network, I just want to get some analysis from our panelists who are joining Vassy and I today. Eric, let's start with you.
Well, he spoke about a lot of things, but one thing that he did not speak about that I think many people will find a huge relief is no trade wars, at least not yet, with many of our allies and other nations.
He didn't mention Canada. He didn't mention
That's right.
that issue, though. So perhaps Canada, for today at least, has dodged an economic bullet. Jean, what stood out most for you?
Well, right now, this is what democracy looks like in the United States, to lift a phrase that the protesters often use. Donald Trump was the clear victor in this election. We have a Republican House and Senate. My thoughts are, where are we going to be 4 years from now? To what degree will he reshape and reform the U.S. government and shatter norms of behavior that we've been accustomed to? Where will we be in 4 years?
And he telegraphed so much of that, Vassy, didn't he, today?
Yes, he was incredibly specific. It's one of the main things that stood out to me, Omar, was the level of specificity. And if you go back to even the Republican National Convention, it's exactly what he said he wanted to do then. He's saying he's going to do it today, and I think it's fair for everyone to just take him at his word. Obviously, implementation is a different question, but he brings sort of a view of it to this that I think was best encapsulated with the line, "God save my life so I can make America great again." And you heard the room erupt. I remember him saying something similar right after that assassination attempt at the RNC in Milwaukee. The room was exactly the same way. Like, his base very much supports him. The question now is, what does he do with it, and how does he implement the things that he is promising?
Yeah, like changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to
Right.
the Gulf of America. How does a president do that? Well, I guess we're going to find out. The phrase that I clued down in on was America first. That we're done defending the borders of other countries. We're now going to defend our border and then bring those resources home. This is something that evokes Americans' neutrality in the eve of America's entry into the Second World War. This is a new kind of approach to foreign policy than we've gotten in the past 4 years.
And why we should probably, as Canadians, remain somewhat on edge, right? Yes, we have won a reprieve today for the next 24 hours. It doesn't sound like tariffs are being implemented. But that America First agenda will most certainly have an impact on their closest neighbors.
It certainly will. And what was particularly interesting was to see the faces of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, who were directly behind the president as he was speaking. He really set out an inaugural address that was basically about undoing the Biden legacy, rolling back those EV mandates.
He used the word betrayal, like they were betraying America. I mean, that was really a heavy charge, especially when the guy's sitting right there.
Well, the imagery of it, right? It's striking. Them sitting there as he talked about how he will undo what they did, to great applause and reception from the crowd that had assembled.
Lots to talk about throughout the afternoon. Our coverage continues on CTV News Channel. We want to thank our viewers who are watching on CTV main network. Sandy Ronaldo will have the CTV National News at 5:30 this afternoon. And I'll be back tonight for the CTV National News. You can also watch, by the way, Vassy Kapelos, who will have Power Play for you this evening.
Yes, at 5 o'clock Eastern, right on CTV News Channel. We're going to turn it over to our friends on News Channel. We'll be back in just a moment with continuing coverage. Stay right there.
The economic context has slowed growth for thousands of Canadian businesses. Those supported by BDC grow at double the average rate. Accelerating the pace, we're on it. BDC, financing, advising, know-how.
These hands create. All of the materials I work with dry out my hands. If my hands get really dry, I can't do my job. I depend on O'Keeffe's.
Guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked hands.
If it works for these hands, it'll work for yours.
Also available in O'Keeffe's for healthy feet.
You know, retirement doesn't have to mean giving something up. It should mean living life on your own terms. Well, thankfully, if you're a Canadian homeowner, age 55 and better, you can access some of your home's value in tax-free cash with CHIP. That way, you can live retirement on your own terms. Stay in the home and the neighborhood that you love. Because there's no place like home. Right, Rocky?
If you're 55 or older, call now for your free, no-obligation CHIP reverse mortgage guide. With CHIP, you could get up to 55% of your home's value in tax-free cash. Take only what you need in a lump sum or over time with no monthly mortgage payments required. Call 1-866-519-2447.
Maybe it's time for you to consider CHIP too.
Call now for your free, no-obligation guide. Call 1-866-519-2447. That's 1-866-519-CHIP. Or visit chip.ca. Call CHIP today and live retirement your way.
Swiss Chalet's 2 can Dine for $19.99 is here. Enjoy 2 quarter chicken dinners with 2 sides, 2 buns, and 2 chalet sauces. That's right, for only $19.99. For 2 weeks only. 2 can Dine won't last long, so hurry in to Swiss Chalet.
This town is full of insiders. I'm not one of them. I push for answers when everyone here is built to swerve them. I'm obsessed with politics, with what politicians are doing, who has what to gain, and why. People watch Power Play because anything can happen. We're live. We fly by the seat of our pants. We're all about being in the moment, what's happening right now, today. So the moment a politician makes a decision that affects you, you'll hear about it here.
Now, back to the inauguration of Donald J. Trump. Here are Omar Sachedina and Vassy Kapelos.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Donald J. Trump's inauguration. I'm Omar Sachedina.
And I'm Vassy Kapelos. We have just been watching as Donald Trump was officially inaugurated as the 47th president. They will eventually emerge from Capitol Hill, and there's a whole bunch of other stuff that takes place this afternoon, but this was the big event.
It certainly was. Donald Trump telegraphing some of the actions that he's going to be taking. We're seeing images, of course, of, I believe these are live images of them leaving the ceremony. Of course, now former Vice President Kamala Harris and her husband, Doug Emhoff, and before that, the current Vice President, J.D. Vance, and his wife, Lucia. There's so much to unpack in this speech that I believe lasted about 40 minutes or so, if I'm not mistaken. Notable, of course, for us Canadians is this issue of tariffs. There was a threat before today that Donald Trump had vowed to impose tariffs on Canada on day one of his presidency. There is a report out on in the Wall Street Journal saying that that will not happen today. We'll see eventually what happens. I've got here with me Jay Timmons from the U.S. Manufacturers Association. I know you were listening to Donald Trump's address. Notably, he did not mention Canada, but what stood out most for you as you were listening to the president's speech?
Well, I mean, I think the speech was really vintage Donald Trump. I don't think there were any surprises. He's telegraphed nearly everything he said during that address throughout the campaign. So I didn't see any surprises. Like you, I was happy to see the report in the Wall Street Journal today, because we're hopeful that as the administration considers its options, if the president decides to use the tool that he has at his disposal, that it's done in a way that is very targeted and specific to deal with issues that are problematic, not just for United States manufacturers, but really for manufacturers throughout North America. I'm thinking like intellectual property theft and dumping and subsidization that we see typically coming from China. And I think if we're united together, as I actually mentioned to Prime Minister Trudeau last week, if we're united together to tackle that, then I think it's a whole different conversation.
Tell us about that conversation with Prime Minister.
Well, it is something I've said publicly, so it's nothing confidential, but I just really think that the United States, Canada, and Mexico, because of the USMCA that was negotiated and implemented a few years ago, has the opportunity to take on together some actions to thwart some problematic market distorting practices that are coming out of other countries, specifically China.
And do you see the message that you're conveying here being conveyed to the incoming administration be it around the fact that these supply chains are, particularly around manufacturing, are so integrated. Like, do you think that message is landing? Because I think there's going to be a perception today in Canada, like, thank goodness this wasn't, this tariff didn't come today, but obviously apprehension that it still could.
Well, so look, I mean, I represent manufacturers in the United States. I want to grow manufacturing investment and jobs here. I know that my counterpart, Dennis Darby, with the Canadian manufacturers, wants to do exactly the same thing in Canada. I personally think 1 + 1 + 1, Mexico, Canada, United States, does not equal 3. It probably equals 10, 20. Like the more powerful we are, or the more united we are as a continent, and recognizing our economies are integrated, I think the more powerful we are economically around the world. Having said that, the National Association of Manufacturers had a very productive relationship with the Trump administration, the first Trump administration, because he wanted to grow investment, he wanted to grow jobs, he wanted to raise wages here. He started by reducing the cost of doing business in terms of tax policy and regulatory policy. Those two things in particular really supercharged American manufacturing investment. And he wants to do exactly the same thing this time. Our message is, look, we need to make sure that while we're doing these things to reduce the cost of doing business, we need to also be training workers, because we have 500,000 open jobs in manufacturing. We can invest all we want. If we can't hire workers, we have some problems there. And that 95% of our customers are outside of the borders of the United States. We are in a global economy, and we want to be able to produce as much as we can. We need the entire continent of North America to be able to do exactly that.
On the issue of tariffs, do you think that Americans themselves are realizing the cost to them of these tariffs?
I'm not sure yet, to be honest, Omar. I mean, look, there are a lot of things that sound good, but when you put them on paper or you're actually doing them through policy, until they have that actual effect, I'm not sure people really understand what all of these things may or may not do. And look, again, I'm not sure that tariffs have to be inflationary. Now, I'm not going to be an advocate for tariffs, but I do think that they can be imposed strategically and in a targeted way. And I go back to what I said earlier, right? If they're done to specifically address policy concerns that we're seeing, particularly coming out of China, I think we can do this in a way that is good for all of manufacturing and all consumers, not just here in America, but all over North America.
The President's promised a lot when he first come into office. He's got 4 years now to get that done. This time, he's got a substantial mandate, right? He controls, the Republicans control the House, they control the Senate. Obviously, there's a Republican president now in the White House. To Jean's point from a few minutes ago, what does the America 4 years from now look like? How is it different from the America of today?
I don't know. We're going to have to see that, right? If it's up to manufacturers, we're going to be investing, we're going to be growing jobs, we're going to be growing wages. That is good for the economy. We understand that we're in a global economy. We want to be able to serve that global economy. We want to do it effectively. My hope is that the spirit of the American people, who believe in freedom, who believe in opportunity, that spirit will be infused throughout this country and throughout the world as well. And we have a pretty good relationship with our neighbors to the north. We're pretty proud of that. We're grateful for the partnership and the friendship and the shared commitment to our democratic values. So my hope there is that this partnership will be strengthened as well.
All right, Jay Timmons, thank you so much for joining
But by the
us.
way, when you guys are giving us a gift for an inauguration, you could have kept the weather up there. Let me just...
It's even colder in Canada today,
So you
Jay.
came south.
Yeah, exactly. We came here for the warmth. Exactly. Thanks a lot, Jay. Just now, if you're joining us now, we are watching, just post the inauguration ceremony, all the former presidents and now the 47th president of the USA, Donald Trump, emerge from that ceremony on Capitol Hill. All of their spouses are alongside them as well. I believe that they are stopped for a moment, but there will be sort of a ceremony that takes place as they exit. And then don't forget that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, who are no longer vice president and president, also have their own sort of set of traditions that happen as they make their exit. But a remarkable kind of transfer of power, punctuated, Omar, by a speech that laid out exactly what Donald Trump intends to do with his mandate, with his decisive mandate, as you pointed out. This is actually the only portion of what's taken place today that is happening outside. The ceremony took place inside Capitol Hill, about 750 people crammed inside. You could tell it really was at capacity, a whole array of dignitaries and billionaires and family members of Donald Trump, and here they are, kind of conversing with each other just outside, looking to see who is talking to whom at the moment. But we see on the left there J.D. Vance and Donald Trump, on the right Jill Biden and Joe Biden, as well as Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff. And this is their departure now from both the office of the vice presidency and from Capitol Hill.
It's an extraordinary moment, and it's also a rapid transition, you can say, in many ways. I was just checking out whitehouse.gov, which is the official site for the White House. Already, Donald J. Trump's picture is there. He's stepping off of a helicopter in the opening page, or on the homepage of that website. So remarkably swift. And this is, of course, this country is now Donald Trump's to steer over the next 4 years, receiving a mandate from the American people, and again, undoing some key parts of what Joe Biden thought would be his legacy. You're talking about EV rollbacks. He did say Donald
deregulation.
Trump. Deregulation.
Yeah,
he also said that he would be declaring a national emergency on the southern border, which gives him extraordinary new powers for mass deportations. Again, we don't know what the details are with that. This could take years. It could cost millions, but he feels he can get that money. Certainly has control of Congress. Republicans do now. So it remains to be seen what happens with that plan.
Very much so. As we watch here, Joe Biden and his wife, as well as Donald Trump and his wife, making their way out. Our Joy Malbin, our Washington bureau chief, is down on the ground where she's been. Obviously a different scene than we might expect if this were all taking place outside, Joy, but what can you tell us about what's happening around you?
Well, not a heck of a lot. It's very cold here, and as you can see, I'm bundled up. But certainly there's lots of folks walking around, and you don't have to look very far. They're wearing their "Make America Great Again" hats. They're wearing their colors and chanting "USA, USA." There's going to be lots of balls and galas to celebrate Donald Trump. But I just want to go back to some of the things he said today. He talks about a golden age of America. Well, it seemed pretty dark. He says he wants to be a peacemaker, end wars, and yet he's sending military to the southern border, declaring a national emergency. He wants to take Panama back, which he said in a press conference that he didn't rule out using the military. I'm not really sure how all of this is going to come about, but certainly inside that Capitol arena, it was like red meat. People were cheering. I was watching some of the images, cheering and just woo, woo, because this is exactly what they wanted. They wanted something to be done on immigration. But he also mentioned a couple of other things, that became real cultural, touchstones for many Trump supporters. He talked about making gender officially male and female, which is a shot at transgender people, eliminating federal diversity programs. A lot of these are those, cultural hot potatoes. He's got a long list. It's estimated something like 100 executive orders could be signed today. He is supposed to be signing some of them there at the Capitol. Also at the Capitol Arena, there's apparently a red chair set up for him to do some of the signing. Remember in 2016? It became a meme, actually. He'd sign his name and kind of do this for the cameras, back and forth, back and forth. And he will sign some executive orders at the White House. But, you guys, you've been saying it today. He has he has a mandate. He controls the House of Representatives. He controls the Senate. He controls the White House. And he has a good year to 2 years to really change American policy here. I did get one kind of alert. Already people are filing lawsuits, so there will be plenty of challenges, especially ending birthright citizenship for people born in this country to become Americans automatically. That's in the Constitution. That's the 14th Amendment. He's going to have to overturn that. And I don't know how you do that. So there's going to be lots of challenges ahead for many of the things he mentioned today.
Joe Biden, U.S. President Joe Biden and his wife, Dr. Jill Biden, in that chopper that you're staring at straight ahead right outside of the Capitol. They are both obviously outgoing, or Joe Biden is the outgoing president, and he will quite literally be that in just a few moments as they depart from the Capitol. They are going on a personal trip, Omar, after this, like most presidents do when they vacate the office. The visual of the speech was so interesting. I think you mentioned it earlier, the degree to which President Trump talked about exactly what he would criticize from this administration, what he would roll back, as Joe Biden literally sat next to him alongside his wife and, of course, all the other former presidents.
I mean, it has to be an uncomfortable moment, right? You've spent 4 years leading the country, and now you've got your successor criticizing you just as you're standing a few steps away, which obviously he's entitled to do, but then sort of have to listen to it and to process it. But this is now his moment, Donald Trump's moment, to reset the direction that America is going in. We talk about Biden's legacy. This conversation started after the election. It's notable that minutes before Donald Trump took the oath of office today, Joe Biden pardoned several members of his family, and it's notable because he waited until basically the very, very last second to do this. So, is it an abuse of power? It's certainly legal, but why did he wait this long to do it? Certainly, there's a lot of criticism when he pardoned his son Hunter Biden as well. We know that presidents from both parties have issued pardons in the past, but it is notable that Joe Biden waited until the very last moments of his presidency, right before Donald Trump took the oath of office around noon, to make that public.
And just to be clear, it's not just his son Hunter, which was who he pardoned a number of weeks ago. This follows this morning's announcement of a preemptive pardon for people on the January 6th committee, for Dr. Anthony Fauci, General Mark Milley, and then this is his siblings, all his siblings and their spouses, who he again preemptively pardoned, as Joe Biden and Jill Biden ride off in that helicopter to end his time in the presidency after 4 years, beginning right in the middle of a COVID pandemic, and now ending today, January 20th, 2025. They are headed on a personal trip after spending the morning having tea with Donald Trump and his wife Melania Trump, and then heading to the ceremony that just took place on the Capitol. And you can hear that chopper just behind us, in fact, as we sit atop the Canadian Embassy right across from the Capitol. There's still more to come this afternoon, Omar, right? So we're going to hear more from Donald Trump. Joy mentioned that he's heading to the Capital One Arena instead of the parade that traditionally takes place outside here, where people line the streets because of the weather. It was all moved inside to the Capital One Arena. He is set to deliver more remarks and actually sign some of those executive orders that he enumerated and qualified throughout that speech when he is in that building, anywhere from an hour to two from now.
David Eisenbach, you were watching the address with us. What stood out most for you?
For me, it was that notion of the America first, that we are no longer, I think that's a direct reference to Ukraine, that we're no longer taking that kind of aggressive stance towards other countries, and now he's going to bring down those resources to protect our own borders. I think that was like a policy that now gets fully articulated in this speech.
America First also relevant to the Canadian context, because we were watching very closely as Canadians to see what, if anything, he announced as far as the threat he had made a number of weeks ago to levy a tariff. He didn't specify us. He didn't talk specifically about Canada, but he did talk about tariffs. Let's take a brief listen into what he mentioned when he talked about trade in his address.
Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before.
We've got Gary Marr from the Canada West Foundation and, of course, Goldie Hyder, who joined us earlier on. He's back with us from the Business Council of Canada, the CEO of that organization. Gary, let me start with you. As you were watching the president speak during his inaugural address, he did mention tariffs, but notably did not mention Canada. It appears that for now, Canada appears to have dodged an economic bullet, at least for today. I realize the day's not done yet.
The day's not done yet, and I think it'll be important to note that there's probably some disagreement among the president's policy advisors. He's got at least 2 or 3 groups that are working with him to say, you've got hardliners who are saying 25% tariffs. You've got others that are saying the economic impact, the inflationary impact of that would be too high, graduated. I think that there are some good points to make that Canada actually, if you don't include energy, the United States runs a pretty healthy trade surplus vis-a-vis Canada. There's a $1.1 trillion trade deficit that the United States has with all its partners. China is the largest one at $300 billion. So I think that in some ways, some of what we've heard Donald Trump talk about, he has not been negotiating with Canada, he's been negotiating through Canada. And what I mean by that is that he's going to go out to others and say, look, if I'm prepared to do this to my best trade partner, imagine what I'm going to do to you. Take it seriously.
So Goldie, does it signal to us that some of the messaging that Canada has been putting out there over the past few weeks, the fact that they had said that these tariffs could end up hurting American consumers, the fact that Canada has unveiled this $1 billion plus border package, that some of that, but again, you have to be cautiously optimistic because you never know. But are there early signs that maybe, just maybe, some of that might be working?
Well, there's that old saying, victory has 1,000 fathers and defeat is an orphan. So everybody's going to take credit for saying everything we've been saying is working. And yes, Canada has been making that case. Our governments have been making that case, both provincially and federally. Business leaders across this country have been making that case. Our labor leaders have been making that case. So for sure. But let's be clear. This is a timeout. The game's still on. The final gun has not gone to end the game. We just have bought ourselves a bit of a reprieve here. And while we can have a brief celebration to say, oh, thank God, not today, but it doesn't mean they're never coming, and we need to be prepared for that.
I just wanted to follow up because I was thinking, beyond the direct impact of a potential tariff, a lot of the way in which Donald Trump in this address talked about how he wants to reform the economy has got to have consequences on the types of policies that we pursue in Canada. I'm thinking, Goldie, for example, drill, baby, drill, massive deregulation, tax cuts that he referenced, like no more new Green Deal. Does the policy environment in the U.S., in your view, that is going to be pursued, will it have an impact on what ends up working for us? And are there probably changes on the table in that respect as well?
It's a great question, Vassy, and the right one to be asking for viewers in particular to understand that what's taking place here is it is America first. And who begrudges them that? I wouldn't vote for anybody that said Canada fifth. Of course you want your government to come in and put your country first. But what they're doing is going to make us uncompetitive if we stay the way we are. You can't put a cap on the emissions for the oil that's desperately needed for the energy for the United States, who says, I want more of it. You've got to build the infrastructure to diversify your markets. So you have to have expansion of our ports, expansion of our airports, our railway system, our bridges, the pipelines to get access to other markets. You have to be able to be tax competitive and regulatorily competitive. We survey our members every meeting, just had one last week. Every single meeting for years now, the number one answer is regulatory. And you know what that is? It's an own goal. It's not the Americans who make us have these regulations. We're doing it to ourselves. So this moment has to be a moment in history where we say, you know what? It's been a great run for about 155 or so years. It's over. We need to take control of our own destiny, control our controllables, leverage our strength with the Americans, but also diversify, diversify, diversify.
Yeah, and we sometimes when there is, actually, let's listen in to hear the Vice President J.D. Vance.
That was a good way to start it off. I didn't know exactly what the president would put in that speech, and I hoped to myself that he wasn't going to hold back, and sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start the next 4 years, but I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us, thank you, thank you, thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years. And the last thing I'll say is, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
No, he's right. I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it. And then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record. Because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. When you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, and a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it, and we hooked up with J.D. very early. I watched J.D. over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was, I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, oh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they? Is that moving along? Totally unified. I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You could be really nasty to a couple of them at least. So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop. But He's done a fantastic job, and Steve Scalise is, he's our hero because, you know, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You know, you never know about that. I've been with other people. They were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at her watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine, right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, you know, to say that were extremely controversial. And between JD and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not, oh, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, you know, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, you know, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. See a lot of action. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, I mean, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000. You could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of the I'll bring it up right now. You know, this little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch, they'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he's talked to people, but we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. You know, when you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad, because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them. The level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed, and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And you know, who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. You know, they say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior, and then they go on a rampage. You know, it's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, you know, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? I mean, Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago, he was actually on my side. And then one day, you know, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment. You know, where her father works, right? And but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking about. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, you know, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. You know, Secret Service testified and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff. And there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. Oh, she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need, but you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen. But she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side. And those people now, we've got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories. He knows. So anyway, but seriously, I'd like to, I think it was a tremendous success. I think we're very lucky we put it inside because it is really cold. We just went to the helicopter out of respect, something that's taken place for a long time. I guess it's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach, now you get into a helicopter. Times change. But it's pretty old custom. And it's a beautiful custom, actually. It's a beautiful custom. I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote, almost. And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes, right? It's going to be a very beautiful bill. We're going to have a deciding, I would say, within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one. All these people all over. You've been our fans. This has been there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed, passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%. And we won the Texas border that had never been won. As the governor said, he's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't, oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I tell you. Supposing I said, JD, the governor of Texas, he's not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you, because you didn't have, not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, you know, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. You know, they have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch the Border Patrol, gave a display. We had actually two sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. You didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency. And we did. So we built this wall, and we had we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down, very thankfully, the chart that came down on my right, Governor, had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, and we've got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting because, and they'll say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air, 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, doesn't take that long time. They're all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have a wire. Whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top. So we could just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right? So anyway, so we built an extra 200 miles of wall. And the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles. Because when you do it, now they just keep going further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought. And they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders, and that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before, but you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my number one issue. They all said inflation was the number one issue. I said I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my number one. I talked about inflation too, but how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost? I'd say it, and I'd hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States. And that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but now he's like an unbeatable governor because of your border policies. He was fantastic. And he really was. So. Governor Abbott, he's a great man, a great leader. And but it did make him did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you wanted to do the right thing. But I'll tell you, it sure as hell worked for politics too. It's self-preservation, that's right. But no, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it. The people are demanding it all over. So anyway, so we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it. And other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let us use it, they were selling it. They were going to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. Now, 5 cents on the dollar then, but today it would cost more than twice as much to build because we bought it like 6 years ago. And it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, your attorney general. And here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less, and they were calling us up, we'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much, so it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that? You'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents, but not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They were going to make they'd have it down that in Fortune magazine, they'd put it of the deal of the year, okay? You buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care. They just kept going forward. They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents, who knows. But they were going to use it for scrap metal, but then they made a much better deal. They could just buy it and sell it to us for 15, 20 times what they paid. 20 times, think of it, like 20 times what they paid. And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general, Ken Paxton, they made a fantastic, they're a good lawyer. He's pushed around pretty good by people, right? I said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me. But Ken and the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning. No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much. Please stop. People always love that one. We'll do this with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it. No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that done, and we'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful, beautiful to watch. He stopped them right in their track. I mean, they were literally loading this stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear, I didn't know he was here. I swear to you, it sounds like a setup. I didn't know you would end. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing. Because there have been moments when I wasn't so happy with him, you know? But not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015, probably started 20 years before that. People used to say, you're going to run for president? You're going to run? And I always said, no, I don't want. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border, too. I think it probably was the number one issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border is much worse. We fixed the border. It was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged, but that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know the only thing good about it? It showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent, and frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have. The bad thing about it is some bad things happen, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So, you know, that's the bad part. But I will say that it started in 2015, and right from the beginning, we went to the top. Day one, they announced Trump, and Trump went to number one and stayed there for the whole primary. And then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary. A very nice person, but we took on Hillary and we defeated Hillary, and then we did much better the second time in 2020. You know, we got millions more votes. We got millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time. No president has ever gotten that many more votes. I got like 9 million more than anybody else had ever gotten. And they said we lost. And because of that, I said to Melania, what do you think? And she said, you want to do this again? And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't do it again, because that's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did, and this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried like hell in the butt. They tried to do it, and around 9:02, they gave up. Last time they did bad things, but this time they just said, yes. You know, I don't know if you saw, Mr. Speaker, in Washington, they had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide. I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system and at the writers, the fake news, that they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, who are you voting for? They say, it's none of your business. I'm not telling you. And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And then when the election happened, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than we're going to win, but they really thought, they couldn't believe the one man said, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was fantastic. But generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. Now we have to go to work and get it done, because we have to do something that's going to be great. We're going to turn our country around, and we're going to turn it around fast. And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better, and I got to see my friend. So, Governor, take care of yourself. You call me, we'll start working. You know what that means with him? He's going to be calling me tomorrow morning at about 6. And I said, how about next week? You call me, and we're going to get it started real fast. We'll really help you a lot. You've done a fantastic job protecting something which it's not supposed to be for the states. And amazing job you've done. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. And I have a First Lady who's been incredible. She's been incredible. I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching. You know, those heels. And we thought we were leaving. We were going home. Sir, would you be able to go down and say hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Well, did you get to see pretty clearly the picture, I hope? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said, darling, I love you so much, but my feet are killing me. I said, honey, let me just see how far it is. I asked the person. Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5 football fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have to get, right?
Speech here from Donald Trump shortly after being sworn in as the 47th president of the United States. He was just supposed to take part in a signing ceremony right here in the rotunda of the Capitol.
But he's addressing,
trying to do a lot more, addressing supporters there on a myriad of subjects, including what he didn't say in the original speech, covering everything from the events of January 6th to the border, and addressing the governor of Texas very directly throughout different points of the speech. That speech is still going on. We have to take a break momentarily, but we will obviously cover more of it. Just unexpected, basically.
And this is the Trump that we're used to seeing, far different than what we saw during his inaugural address, where he was, he did set out his vision, but far more restrained than he was now. And by my count, I think this is almost approaching an hour that he's been speaking with supporters there. But obviously a very friendly crowd, and they're loving hearing from their president.
Yeah, and they will continue hearing from him, because though this was unexpected, we do expect that he will travel to the auditorium, the arena that he held his rally in last night. There's going to be another kind of rally there in place of the parade that was going to take place. He's actually supposed to sign some of those executive orders. There's a table that's been set up in the arena. So that is all still to come this afternoon, Omar.
And it seems as though the president has just finished speaking and ready to take on the rest of the day's events. We're going to take a quick break here on CTV News Channel. Please stick around. We'll be right back.
Swiss Chalet's Two Can Dine for $19.99 is here. Enjoy 2-quarter chicken dinners with 2 sides, 2 buns, and 2 chalet sauces. That's right, for only $19.99. For 2 weeks only. Two Can Dine won't last long, so hurry into Swiss Chalet.
Cars for kids. it online at carsforkids.ca. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You will benefit a child and get a maximum tax credit.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Shot and get dirty. Get dirty. Get dirty. Get dirty. Shot and get dirty.
Your skin renews every 27 days. It's in your nature to glow. Help supplement your healthy hair, skin, and nails with 2 times the biotin. You are bountiful. Nature's bounty. It's in your nature.
Have you heard about a weekly? When it comes to long-acting insulin options, a weekly is the first one with once-a-week dosing. It's an insulin you take on the same day, just once in your busy week. You see, a weekly is designed to help your body lower your blood sugar level and maintain it for a full week. Get the ball rolling. Ask your doctor if a weekly is the right long-acting insulin for you, and visit aweekly.ca.
I love Parliament Hill. I love the drama. The stakes are so high. And Question Period is the landmark. Want to know what's truly going on in our country? Here's where you'll find out.
A lot of Canadians are saying, what's this government's vision for the future?
This is a place where real change can happen. Major players, tough conversations, everything off the cuff with real pressure to give honest answers.
These are big issues.
These are the people who make news. What they say drives what everyone in Canada is talking about. And right now, that's more important than ever.
Now, back to the inauguration of Donald J. Trump. Here are Omar Sachedina and Vassy Kapelos.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to our continuing coverage of the inauguration of Donald J. Trump and his presidency now. The second act, you could say, a couple of hours old. He said that this was a return to the golden age of America. Vassy, certainly notable that the threat of tariffs, U.S. tariffs on Canada, did not come up today, specifically.
Yeah, I think there were some more broad references to a trade and a disproportionate relationships, as Donald Trump characterized them, with other countries. In the broader message throughout the entire original speech, not the second one we just listened to, but the original speech was certainly America first, but no direct references to what we had all been on edge about coming into this day, which was the threat he made shortly after being elected to levy a 25% blanket tariff on all Canadian imports. He said in that initial social media post on day one, through executive order, he would do just that. The executive orders are still to come, but he detailed many of them, and not among what he detailed were those tariffs. And the Wall Street Journal earlier reporting that instead they're going to study the relationship, the trade relationship, before levying any. So maybe a slight reprieve today, at least, or a sigh of relief, but TBD.
At least a bit of an exhale. We are joined by Gary Omar from the Canada West Foundation and Goldie Hyder, CEO of the Business Council of Canada. What are both of you hearing about this decision not to follow through with what the president said that he would do on day one, which is to impose those tariffs right away?
Yeah, well, I think Gary said earlier that there are disparate voices around the president, and the way he governs in many ways, or leads, is to hear a bunch of different people say things that are in completely contradiction of each other. Our understanding is that there's a group of people who are very much about that 25% agenda, the America First agenda, who want to take all the things that he has said literally and make them happen. While there's a number of people, some of whom are secretaries in important roles and others who are influential with the president, they could just be even golf friends, who are saying, why don't we try the tax cuts and the deregulation as option A before we go all in on something that clearly is going to harm Americans. And Americans are hypersensitive about things when it comes to gas prices or grocery prices or others. So that debate ended, we hear it, on this weekend by saying, fine, we'll go with the USTR for a period of time, but all options remain on the table. And we have to behave that all we've really done here is, bought it a little bit of time and don't let up in any way, shape, or form here or back home.
And Gary, he brought up affordability in the inaugural address today, and these are, many of his voters are concerned about that. We are too in Canada about this issue of affordability, and certainly if these tariffs that he has threatened to impose on Canada affect the affordability of consumers in the U.S., that could really, crush the support that he has from many of those constituents fairly early on in the second ending.
I mean, imagine being a corn farmer getting ready to plant your crop this spring in Iowa and being told that the potash that comes from Saskatchewan is now going to be 25% more expensive. That farmer will say, gee, that's not what I signed up for with America First. And there's lots of examples where the material that we bring into the United States are significant to the cost of living in the U.S., not the least of which, of course, is energy. And I think that, we look back to what happened in the early 1970s with the Nixon tariffs that were put in, 10%. They didn't last very long, maybe 5 or 6 months. And the reason is because it had an immediate impact on driving inflation. And that could be one of the things that will result in, self-interest will result in self-correction.
Can I just say, I'm not sure history is the best indicator, because it's the first time we've had a president like Donald Trump. And we have to be very careful in believing that just because it's logical or rational. This is a man who can and has proven the capacity to convince Americans to take a little bit of pain because of the greater good of how great America can be. So I don't think we should underestimate his capacity to say, yes, things are going to cost you a little bit more. So we really have to make sure that we're driving that message home, not just here in Washington, but right across the United States of America.
He also referenced in his view the utility, right? Despite the logical arguments that everyone's been making about the increased cost to consumers, he sees utility and tariffs in raising revenue to offset the tax cuts that he is so committed to, and the extension of those tax cuts as well, which he's paying very close attention to moving forward. As far as the Canadian reaction, should there have been tariffs today, there was a big plan in place, so much so that the federal cabinet is meeting in Montebello in Quebec at this moment in what was described to me as a war room-like atmosphere to be at the ready to respond. It looks like if that doesn't come to fruition, they're still meeting. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau actually just arrived. Let's have a listen to him making his entrance.
Aujourd'hui, une rencontre du cabinet où on a évidemment beaucoup de travail à faire et on va le faire. I'm very happy to be here in Montebello today to dig in on issues facing Canadians here at this cabinet retreat.
Pas de tarifs pour l'instant, comment réagissez-vous? Pas de tarifs. And our Mike Lecouture is actually standing by there. Mike, you're on the ground listening in. Any relief being described to you, or are they still on edge at the prospect of, as Goldie put it, a change in opinion overnight?
Yeah, I think there's a slight tinge of relief, and I say that because everybody knows that this president can change his mind at a moment's notice. They've seen this movie before, Vassy. They've lived it before, so they know that even though this is what he is saying today, that might not be what he feels tomorrow. From what I'm hearing from some of the members of the Prime Minister's office, they're hearing that this is a 232 article. In other words, exactly what we saw last time with the steel and aluminum under a national security advisory. So they feel like they have about 200 days of a consultation. One of the people that I spoke with in the Prime Minister's office had essentially said to me that they think that this may have shown that all of that outreach could have helped, and that maybe it finally got through to him that he should consult and should see what the effects on the American economy might be if he does in fact go forward with those tariffs. So it definitely puts a different feeling on this cabinet retreat, and that hasn't started yet. We're seeing those ministers come in. The Prime Minister did come in. I just saw Dominic LaPlante, the Finance Minister. He came in with Mr. McGuinty, the Minister of Border Security and also Public Safety. So those two key members walking in together, checking into the hotel here, and of course, conversations will be centered around them as well. But we understand that they will get underway in earnest around 4 o'clock when we expect most of the ministers to be here. Then the real work tomorrow, where they finally have a moment to sort of sit down, see if there are any executive orders that they need to look over and go through and see exactly what is happening. But Vassy, I think it's interesting when you consider the statement that was put out by the Prime Minister congratulating Donald Trump on his inauguration. And then one line in there that he says, we are each other's largest trading partners with a relationship that creates millions of jobs, attracts billions of investment into the continent, and keeps our people safe. Hitting there on multiple levels where he knows those are touchstones for Donald Trump and exactly what he wants to see out of this relationship. Not only jobs, but also keeping both countries safe. So clearly a message being sent there by Justin Trudeau today.
All right, thanks so much, Mike. Interesting also that, I mean, we have a unique political situation in this very moment, Omar, with the Prime Minister who's there for the next few months until March 9th, until his replacement comes. He says he is, very much focused on these efforts, and certainly there was a plan put in place. I wonder, too, if the border issue, the one that was flagged initially by the incoming president as the reason for levying these tariffs, like it prompted our government to do a lot more than they had, some would argue, in years prior, and put forward a different plan. Interesting to see over the coming days if that ended up resonating.
And it's interesting to see what is happening internally as Canada faces this external economic threat, right? You talk about the border, Goldie and Gary, we can talk a little bit about this in a couple of minutes, but the fact that there has been a lot of talk about how to strengthen, as we've been talking about for years, things like interprovincial trade barriers, right? Building up that resiliency within Canada so that we are not so susceptible to external threats when they do come. We've got CTV's Quebec Bureau Chief Geneviève Beauchemin standing by in Hinchinbrook, Quebec. Geneviève, I believe you're at a dairy farm, if I'm not Hinchinbrook, and I believe you're
right, Omar. Yeah.
I believe you're at a dairy farm, and that's confirmed by the cows behind you. I'm sure they're not talking to you, but what are the dairy farmers saying?
Well, no, they're talking a lot, actually. We can hear them a lot, actually. They're making actually, it's quiet now that I said, oh, no, they're coming back. Yes, they do. I am. Actually, this is an interesting area to be in, actually, because, yes, it is this dairy farm, and it is not far from the American border. The border is about just a minute's drive away from here. So people here are used to dealing with Americans. They're their neighbors. But there's been a beef, of course, as we know, between Canada and the U.S. over the dairy industry. This farm here, the Americans have been wanting more access. And, of course, Donald Trump has been very vocal about it. He's had dairy in his crosshairs for quite a long time. And, I've been talking here to Jason Erskine, who is the owner here. Well, his son has now taken over the farm, but he's been here, 4th, 5th generation farmers here. And I wanted to hear you talk about, that Trump has been talking about the issue. He has threatened, he has said that he really wants more access to the market here. Tell me about what you make of what has been going on today, the fact that he has taken over, and how do you see this threat here for your farm? What do you think, what was the consequence of this?
We're still waiting for any real true directive. I mean, he's said a lot of things just on Twitter or just, passing it through on various conversations. But he hasn't really come out and said technically what he's going to do. So until he actually does that, I'm not really giving it much thought. I'm waiting to hear. It could be worse. It could be not as bad as we're thinking. So I think the best is we're just going to sit and wait and actually see what he comes forward with.
What's the consequence of more access to Americans to the Canadian dairy market for farms like yours, for rural areas, and also for Canadians?
Well, the Canadian market is much smaller than the American one. So for them, even if they had the complete Canadian market, it wouldn't really change anything for them. It's so small compared to what their market is. For us, it's very important. We don't make milk for anyone else other than Canadians. So any part of the market that we can't fulfill, that's a direct loss to us. And then it has a trickle-down effect as well. because then the processing plants aren't processing it, and all the intermediate people that work in the industry aren't getting their profit in it either. So it doesn't just hurt us, it hurts everyone that's in the chain.
Would more access have consequences, for instance, for things like rural areas and also for consumers?
Oh, for sure, because it's just less economic activity that's going to be going on. And what we saw with the Americans as well was that they negotiated to have access to the dairy market, and they said we could maintain our other sectors, could keep shipping products to the U.S. Here we are back here again. They still have our Canadian market that they're producing, shipping milk, and now they're saying they're going to put everything at risk again. So by giving up the dairy market, we didn't gain any long-term market access. It's only bought us a few years, and it seems like the market we've lost is forever. So it doesn't really seem like a fair trade, giving up the dairy access for just 2-3 years of other sectors.
What would you like to see Canada, Canadian politicians, Canadian leaders do at this point in terms of trying to preserve the market and the supply management system that we have in place? What would you like to see?
I think, right now, maybe wait, see. Everybody stop talking. Everyone stop guessing and thinking where we're going. Wait and see what they say. And even when they do, I'm hoping we don't get into a tariff retaliation war. We're not going to win that. I think it's pointless. No matter what kind of tariff they throw on Canada, I don't think doing retaliatory tariffs on them or trying to fight that war is going to be to our advantage. The American system has checks and balances. Let's just hope that if he starts to go a little too extreme, that the checks and balances in their system will bring him back more center. We've been neighbors and friends for so many years. What he's saying where we're going to go to or where he's taking America, I don't see it going to that. It's hard to imagine.
You're talking about the fact that we're friends and neighbors. And you were saying earlier, you said, that longstanding relationship has been there. So that gives you hope. We've been working together for so many years. And as I said before, I mean, you have neighbors. You're very, very close here. The border is right here. So to you, that you feel that the relationship will be stronger, that it's beyond the 4 years of...
I hope it. I mean, he's been in power before. He didn't make the world perfect the last 4 years he was in there. If you can improve things, that's great. I'm up for anyone that can improve things in the world. But I never thought America wasn't great. I don't see when people talk about America not being great. America's always been great to me when I go there. I think it's fantastic. And I feel bad if Americans feel that their country isn't great. I mean, Canada is great. Canada always has been great and will continue to be great no matter what happens with us in America.
What's interesting that we were talking about earlier is you're talking about that relationship too. And one of the things that, of course, Trump has been saying is about the border security. And you see the border. You live right next to it. Tell me what you've seen in terms of border security in the last, I guess, few days, few weeks. You've seen changes.
There's more. There's more traffic on the road, more surveillance going on. And if the Americans tell us that we're not doing a good enough job at the border, then I think we need to listen, and we have. Provincial and federal governments
You're seeing it here.
They're putting more money, more resources into it. But I don't think Trump understands that immigrants are moving both ways across the border. They're not just going, they're coming. Drugs aren't just going in America, they're coming from America. There's illegal guns that come from America into Canada. So us increasing our border security will hopefully slow some of this down. But it's not the border, the Canadian-U.S. border, people passing through, it's not the reason why America has a drug problem. It's not the reason why they have violent crimes. Let's be reasonable here. That's not going to change it.
Thank you so much, Jason. Back to you, Omar and Vassy.
All right, Genevieve, thank you.
All right, we want to swing over and get some more reaction. We're getting reaction there from Quebec. Let's get reaction from Alberta. Alberta's Premier Danielle Smith is live with us here on set. Hi, Premier Smith. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
I wanted to start off and find out from your understanding if it is as it seems that we have escaped the application as threatened by Donald Trump of tariffs on day one. Is that your understanding?
It looks like we have escaped it on day one, but I don't think we want to take it for granted. There's still obviously irritants in the relationship between Canada and the U.S., and I think this gives us an opportunity to address some of those. Clearly, border security, addressing the Mexican cartels, fentanyl, illegal migrants. That's going to be something that we have to demonstrate that we're taking serious action on. And I think the other issue that keeps coming up is our NATO commitment. I think that it is perceived by the U.S. that we're free riding on their security and that we need to make sure that we're equal partners in that. And equal just means getting to the 2% NATO commitment. That's something that the premiers have been asking for some time. We were worried that if we didn't meet that commitment, it would begin to have repercussions on trade. We've managed to avoid that so far, but I think we have to get serious about both of those issues if that's going to be the permanent state.
Do you have a sense of what changed? Because I remember even after you came back last week from Mar-a-Lago, your impression was tariffs are coming. Not to say that we've escaped the application of them forever, but like in the last week, have you been sort of informed of any change in the discussion? Goldie Hatter was telling us he thinks there's kind of two camps. The Lutnick camp, the Miller camp have different messages, and one just seemed to resonate. Do you have a sense?
I can tell you the argument that I make. What I say is that our energy provides the Americans the opportunity to be energy dominant, which is what we know they want. They simply would not be able to export as much as they do right now without being able to have Canada's backfill. We provide cheap energy to the U.S., they upgrade it, they export it, and it also provides low cost of products to their consumers. And so I think you can make that argument for a whole range of products. You can make that argument on electricity, you can make that argument on critical minerals, you can make it on timber, you can make it on food. And if you're starting to address issues of tariffs, you have to address how it's going to impact the American consumer. I think that's probably the framework that they're coming to it now, and they have to be very thoughtful about it. So does it mean that we won't see tariffs at all? I don't know that, but it does mean that we have an opportunity to make our case. And I think we should be grateful for that.
Premier Smith, you spent a lot of time with American politicians over the past 2 days. Are you sensing, is there a perceptible change that these U.S. tariffs could, in fact, affect American consumers? Are they recognizing that? Are they realizing that?
I think it's an inescapable fact. If you put a 25% tariff on oil and gas, it would we calculate in many states, especially those that are 100% reliant in their refineries on Canadian oil, it could increase the cost of gasoline by $1 a gallon. That would have a very serious impact on American consumers. And so I think that because the U.S. president has that joint objective of being able to be energy dominant at the same time as secure low energy prices for his own people, I think that we can make that argument. We can lead with that. But it goes further than that. If you look at the national security world that they're facing, they want to be able to support their friends and allies. We can help them do that. They know they have to have a supply of uranium. Right now, Kazakhstan and Russia are two of the big suppliers, but so is Saskatchewan. Far better to get it from friends and allies in Canada than some of the hostile regimes of the world. And I think if we keep on making those kinds of arguments, we're going to be able to have a breakthrough with this presidency.
You said in your statement that you released just before this that and correct me if I'm wrong, I read it very quickly, but that we should be refraining from talking about countermeasures or possible retaliatory tariffs. What evidence do you have that that won't work, since that has been what's been talked about the past few weeks, and it appears we've escaped the immediate application of these tariffs?
I just think that we have to be realistic about the fact that we're an economy 1/10 the size of the Americans, and any trade dispute that we get into, if we ratchet it up, it's just going to be more and more painful for Canada. We're going to suffer more from that than the Americans are. And why can't we avoid that altogether? We can make a positive case for why it is that we benefit from this cross-border relationship. That's what I've been doing. And I think that if we continue to make those kinds of arguments, that we should be able to avoid any kind of application of tariffs.
Can't, though, two things be done at the same time? I think when Canadians hear you say, like, oh, don't talk about anything we could do in response, just talk about how good we could have it all together, it feels a little bit like advocating to just lie down and let them steamroll us. Can you understand Canadians who would want to see a little bit of a response from various governments?
I think you have to be your response has to be proportionate. My caution was, let's wait and see what happens. Let's wait and see what the government does. And the fact that they have decided to take a closer look at it, that gives us the opportunity to make the case. And I just don't think you should threaten things that you're not prepared to do. Like, there's no chance that we will be cutting off energy exports to the U.S., so why threaten it? It doesn't make sense for us to have a Canadian tariff apply to Canadian goods with dollars going to Ottawa. So why threaten that? If you want to be able to
because
match,
it might work. With all due respect, and I take your point on the lack of logic, but I think I talked to people in other governments, even Scott Moe, who's an ally of yours on this, and everyone had migrated to a point where they were okay with the possibility of raising the specter if it accomplished something positive in the end.
Yeah,
they felt like you were working. Doug Ford, essentially communicated that you were working against the national interest by saying otherwise.
Well, you know what I didn't do? I didn't go out and say, let's stop selling car parts to America to get serious about the trade relationship. I didn't go out and say, let's stop selling aluminum from Quebec. And that's what I objected to. You can't pick on one particular province and one particular commodity. If we're having to take the kind of measures that everybody shares in equally, well, then I guess we have to. But the nice part is today we don't have to. Today we can have a positive conversation about how we maintain the nearly tariff-free relationship with the United States. And I hope we can continue on that front, because I don't like the divide and conquer approach that I've seen the Prime Minister take. I don't think that that's very helpful. The table that we normally have as a group of premiers is that when we do communiques, we make sure that everybody's comfortable with what's in it. And I made it pretty clear that picking on Alberta was just not going to be the way to achieve any kind of solution. And in fact, I think that using energy and saying that we're going to sell the Americans more is actually a far more powerful argument than saying we're going to sell them less, especially with their framework being one of energy dominance. And we know that we can make sure that they achieve that.
No tariffs today, but the question, as we've been asking, is how long will this last, right? And so, Premier Smith, how do you prepare? I mean, aside from making the argument that these tariffs could hurt Americans, how do you prepare for that if it were to happen? I mean, a country has to do something.
I'll tell you what I'm preparing for. I've said for now the last couple of years that we want to double our oil and gas production. We want to increase the amount of pipeline access to the United States. I've already started talking with all of our pipeline companies about how we might be able to put projects on the table to the incoming Secretary of the Interior and the incoming Secretary of Energy. And that's how I'm going to proceed. I'm going to say, we know what you want to accomplish. We're here to be able to help you, and hope that leading with that kind of relationship is going to benefit all of Canada. That's the approach I want to take.
Bigger picture, though, doesn't that just increase our dependence on this trading relationship and put us in an even more vulnerable spot moving forward?
Well, I would love to also talk with Quebec about how we might restart Energy East through their province. Would they be willing to do that? I'd like to start talking with British Columbia, how we might reactivate Northern Gateway. I mean, we have to make a choice here, and we have to understand the reason we become so dependent on the United States is that we haven't been engaging in those partnerships across the country, and I think we can do both. I think that we can continue to enhance our relationship with the United States, but then we have to have an honest conversation as Canadians about why we keep blocking each other's projects, why it is we keep on blocking some of the major projects that would allow us to sell the export products around the world that we know that the world needs. And so maybe this is a wake-up call for all of Canadians. Let's get rid of internal trade barriers. Let's stop fighting against these kind of nation-building projects, and then maybe we'll be able to diversify our markets.
Do you still want to be at the table with the other premiers having those conversations, given what's happened over the last week? Because I think their impressions otherwise.
Well, I'll be at the COF meeting that we're going to be having in Washington on February the 12th. I believe that we're going to be having regular meetings, and I hope it's going to be really constructive. I think this is a real opportunity for us to identify ways that we can work together. The Premier's table is actually a very positive table. We take a consensus approach on issues, and I think we're going to be able to find some good things to work together on.
Premier Smith, I believe we have some comments from Premier Ford just a few minutes ago. I'm going to ask you to stand by and get your reaction at the other side of this.
Today, we heard what President Trump said, that, as I say, anything that was certain today, it just adds more uncertainty. He did say that he's going to apply tariffs across the board, and I feel he's going to be targeting Canada, specifically Ontario, because we're the manufacturing might, and it's very concerning. These are going to be negotiations that are going to go on for quite some time right now. And make no mistake about it, he's coming for us. Is it tomorrow, or is it a month down the road? But it's very concerning what I heard today. And I think all countries around the world should be concerned on what he's saying. His number one goal is to take businesses off other countries, specifically Ontario, to undermine us and try to get businesses to invest, cutting regulatory areas that will speed things up in the U.S. We have to compete. We have to compete as a country, as a province, to make sure that we protect the jobs of the people of Ontario. And as I've said before, I'll do whatever it takes to protect the jobs here in Ontario.
Premier, does this delay mean that...
All right, Premier Ford, and I have to apologize because I don't think you could hear the comments. You weren't latched into that, but he was basically saying that this adds uncertainty to the process because we don't know if they're going to come down the road, these tariffs.
I would say that we have an opportunity to determine that outcome. I think that the president is very direct in what it is he wants to see from us. He'll let us know what that is, and so far he's let us know defense is a priority, border security is a priority. And so as long as we start addressing those issues, I think he's demonstrated that certainly through his secretaries. They're appreciative of the work that the federal government has taken in announcing a $1.3 billion border plan. We brought forward our own plan, as has Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, and others. And I think that they're willing to give us some time to make sure that works. There'll probably be other demands. There always is. It's an enormous trade relationship and an enormous border that we have to guard in common. So there'll be other issues that come up. But I think this is a positive development, that he's willing to be thoughtful and make sure that any decisions that he makes does not impact either country disproportionately.
Just one quick final question, because Ontario's premier was sort of saying the way in which he talked about tariffs today in his speech, particularly as a means of raising revenue, is concerning. I get what you're saying about putting forward a border plan, NATO, all the stuff they're worried about. If we actually step up on, perhaps we can avoid the application of those tariffs. But ultimately, if he sees it as a way to raise revenue in and of itself, is there a way to escape them, do you think?
Well, we have a national sales tax, the GST, and the United States does not. Other jurisdictions have a much higher national sales tax. So I think that from what I have read of their analysis, that's one of the things that they believe gives a disadvantage to their products coming into another market. That being said, we can still make the argument that we are the largest buyer of U.S. goods and services. And in doing so, why would the Americans want to do anything that would stop that? They should want to see us buy even more. I think that their grievance, quite frankly, is with larger jurisdictions that buy less than we do. We in Canada buy more than Germany, the UK, France, Vietnam, and Italy combined. And many of those countries have a larger economy than we do. So I would say that we should lead from a position of strength, talking about how we are a great customer. We are also providing the raw materials that allow them to do value added. We have a cross-border trade that I think other nations would be envious of. So I think we're in a very strong position.
Okay, we'll leave it on. Premier, appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Nice
Thank
to
you,
see you.
Premier.
Warm. Good to see you.
Good to see you, the Premier of Alberta, Danielle Smith. And for more reaction in Alberta, let's head on over to Kathy Lee, who's in Fort McMurray. And Kathy, what are you hearing from the people you've been speaking to about their concerns there?
Hey Omar, hey Vassy, nice to talk to you guys today. So I'm hearing a bit of two things here. Worry about potential tariffs, even though they weren't announced today, but potential tariffs that could possibly come. And then also a little bit of frustration. So let me just try to break this down. So the worry is from pretty much everyone. This is the thing about Fort McMurray, if people don't already know, is that of the 70,000 residents who live here, a third of the people either work in the mine, the quarry, or the oil and gas industry. And so anything that happens out at the plant impacts Fort McMurray people directly. And I've been talking to business owners, and they even, modified their schedule and their staff around the influx of oil and gas workers and when they come in. And so there is a worry about what the potential 25% tariffs will do to their business because of the potential job losses. Even at my hotel this morning, there are oil and gas workers waiting for a bus to come pick them up to bring them to the job site. I asked them about what are their concerns, and yeah, there's a concern about, will I have a job, and what are we going to do moving forward? And then there's one individual said this is absolutely ridiculous that this could possibly happen. On the other side of it, Omar, is a bit of frustration in that people here say that they've been trying to push for, as Danielle Smith just said, other pipelines, like the Energy East and the Trans Mountain pipeline, other ways to be able to get crude oil to other markets like Europe and Asia. And there's been so much pushback from Ottawa and the East. So there's a bit of frustration there that now we're in a situation where there's a sense of panic as to what we're going to do depending on what Donald Trump decides. And I think at the end of the day, though, as people wait to see what happens, the other thing I'm getting a sense of here is some, not optimism, but in a sense, I guess, hope, because Fort McMurray has been through a lot, boom bust cycles, and also the wildfire. And so now they're looking at this as, this is another thing. And so now we're just going to try to be strong and come together and get through this.
All right, Kathy Lee, thank you so much. Kathy Lee, live there in Fort McMurray, Alberta. We're joined now by Candace Lang from the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce CEO. Great to have you join us. As you were hearing to the President's address earlier on today, his inaugural address, what stood out most for you in that speech?
Well, I think first off, any day without tariffs is a good day for our relationship and for citizens on both sides of the border. It means $3.6 billion in business can continue to happen each day. That really is to the benefit of what it costs Americans to live every day, to get to the grocery store or the fuel pumps. Trade is good for their bank accounts and affordability.
But are you confident that this will last? This will be like a lasting policy? Because he did vow
Yes.
that he would impose these tariffs on day one. There appears to be a reprieve on this day one, but nobody knows how long that will last.
Reprieve, I wouldn't say relief. I would say room to breathe now. I think tariffs today does not mean tariffs aren't coming tomorrow. And I think, as we've heard, that the broader review of our trade relationship and agreement is coming. It must acknowledge the fact that Canada plays such an important role in the everyday lives and affordability of Americans, and really just benefits people on both sides of the border.
You represent so many businesses that do business on both sides of the border. I remember the first Team Canada round one, when the initial Trump administration was in place, involved massive amounts of outreach beyond just the White House, both from a political perspective, but also a business perspective. What is your organization going to do in the interim to advocate for, the idea that these tariffs are not a good idea?
Yes, we stay in high gear with what we've been doing up to today, hoping to avoid tariffs. And that includes, bringing the data to the discussion. And I think what we've learned through that outreach and education, even leading up to today, that the actual impact, the scope of our trading relationship is not well understood by Americans or all American politicians. So we actually made free to everybody, we call it the Canada-US Trade Tracker, and you can go in and actually get the data, even on a state-by-state, province-by-province level, and in aggregate, and it shows and highlights just the extent to which our economies are integrated and across all sectors as well.
This was a case of the trading relationship that was made during the renegotiation of NAFTA during Trump's first term. How frustrating is it for somebody in your position who realizes the relationship, the importance of two-way trade, to have to make that case yet again?
To make the case, we could, as Canadians, lament the fact that our role maybe is not as well appreciated and understood, the role it plays and how it benefits the American economy and American citizens. But we just doubled down the Team Canada approach. We've doubled down on that this time, making sure we don't take that relationship for granted. We don't miss opportunities to shine the light on the impacts and benefits that we have from this great economic union and economic force. I would say the frustrating part is, we know we don't need any economic force to be the economic force that we already are with the strength of both of our economies together.
The Chamber is one of the initial organizations or first organizations that analyze what the economic impact would be. Just to drive, we talk about tariffs in the abstract all the time, but to really drive home for people who are watching, this means a lot to not only their individual bottom line, but the economy as the whole. What did your analysis show about if these tariffs are applied, what it would mean?
Yeah, if in the event of a full 25% tariff, it would hit Canada's GDP at 2.6%. We like to translate that into what it means for individuals, and for both Americans and Canadians, that means it impacts our real household income for everybody at over $1,000.
So it's a lot of money.
It's a lot.
It has a huge impact potentially.
It's a lot. And I think the other thing that maybe is frustrating that's not understood, because we heard a lot about it today in Trump's speech, is we want to keep the cost of things lower for Americans. And when you look at the $1.3 trillion in trade annually, we're not talking about finished products. We're talking 70% of that is inputs in integrated supply chains that support manufacturing and support jobs, 1.4 million in the US. And so we will continue to make sure we're doing what we can, leveraging the business-to-business relationships, which are really strong and durable ties, even if political ones aren't as strong at the moment. But we will make sure that that message is understood, hopefully before it's experienced and felt. So that's our goal.
That's an interesting point, because we were talking about that earlier in our special today about the fact that, you know, he did bring up things like inflation, things like the cost of living, for example. And, you know, the point is that the measures that he is threatening to bring in could end up hurting the very people that put him into office, right?
Yes.
And so do you feel that there's a shift or a perceptible shift in that opinion, which is why members of his team might be so reluctant to impose these tariffs right away?
Well, I think any approach that's more measured gives us the opportunity to come to the table, have that discussion. I would hope so. And that we have the ability to go as we plan through a review of our agreement and strengthen that agreement, the USMCA, together.
Okay, Candice, thank you so much. Candice Lang is the president of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce. I believe we have a live look inside a luncheon that is taking place. The president alongside his wife, and I think the vice president should be in attendance as well. If we have that look, we'll pull it up. Oh no, actually, that is happening. We'll take you there in a moment. This is Capital One Arena. This is where the president is headed after that luncheon to hold another rally of sorts. People weren't able to take part in the normal presidential inaugural parade. It was moved indoors to this arena. He's going to deliver remarks here, and then ultimately, actually, there'll be like a signing ceremony of executive orders within the arena as well. We're going to have full coverage of that throughout the afternoon. We're going to take a short break. We're back with more right after that break.
Financial goals. Fidelity knows we've all got them. Maybe you want to own a home, or never own a home. Maybe you want to travel, or have a kid, or travel with your kid. Yours could be retiring early, or never retiring at all. At Fidelity, we know everyone has different goals, but the one thing we share, we all want to get to them sooner.
What's next in pain relief? Salonpas Roll-On and Cream, the only products with 2 clinically studied anesthetics, lidocaine and benzyl alcohol. Salonpas starts to work on contact to numb pain away. Salonpas, it's good medicine.
Now I'm in my 50s, I'm all about making the right choices, like eating right and staying healthy. And another thing I can choose is how to look after my family if anything ever happened to me.
Welcome to Senior's Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote for Canadian Seniors Life Insurance, please.
If you're a Canadian resident, age 50 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family up to $250,000.
That kind of money would help a lot.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just minutes with no medicals or blood tests. Just a few health and lifestyle questions.
Wow, that easy.
Depending on the coverage you choose, it could be as little as $14.88 a month. That's just 49 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help my family cover my funeral costs, support my husband's retirement planning, or even pay off loans. I'll do it.
To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-820-8006 or visit seniorschoice.ca.
Swiss Chalet's 2 Can Dine for $19.99 is here. Enjoy 2 quarter chicken dinners with 2 sides, 2 buns, and 2 chalet sauces. That's right, for only $19.99. For 2 weeks only. 2 Can Dine won't last long, so hurry in to Swiss Chalet.
Welcome back to our special coverage of Donald Trump's inauguration. This is his Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, who will be kind of leading the charge on the issue of trade and tariffs with Canada, delivering remarks at the Capital One Arena, where Trump will be any moment. Let's take a listen in live.
58 of our 960 New York-based employees. My younger brother, Gary, got killed. He was 36. My best friend, Doug, 39. 658 of my friends and colleagues got killed. So 9/11 could have broken us, but we Americans, we're strong. We don't break. So we all, my employees and I, we dedicated ourselves to rebuilding the company so we could take care of the 658 families that we lost. And I want you to know, we received thousands and thousands of cards and letters, and most importantly, we received all of your prayers, and that mattered to us and helped carry us through. So the events of September 11th, they instilled in me a sense of community and dedication for the country. So when the president asked me to join him in his administration, I jumped at the chance. So I was the co-chair of the transition team, which helped pick for the president, helped sort of set him up so he could pick all the nominees. And then I'm really proud to tell you that he was nominated, President Trump has nominated me to be the next Secretary of Commerce for the United States to serve all of you. So let's talk about commerce. You see, we plan to end the decades of policies that threw American workers to the wolves. Factories were closed, jobs were lost, wages decreased. We left Americans out in the cold while country after country of this world took us to the cleaners and made money off of us. And that is going to end today. At the start of the 20th century, America was the richest country on earth, and we defended our workers from unfair trade policies with tariffs. And we only made money. We had no income tax. All we did is charge other countries and foreign companies, if they wanted to sell to America, you had to pay for entry. Okay, so imagine this. The US government had no income tax. Americans got to keep all their hard-earned money, and foreigners paid the price. So now, what's happened? We have the Internal Revenue Service. That means charge us internally. Now imagine politicians who can't even balance their own checkbook, taking our money, and what do they do every year? Let's just take more, let's just take more, let's just take more. So this is how Donald Trump is going to end it and fix it. Last week, he announced that we're going to return America to greatness by creating, and today is its birthday, the External Revenue Service. So if you're always wondering, is some bureaucrat going to cut your benefits? Not under Donald Trump. Not under Donald Trump. It means foreign companies are going to pay if they want to come and sell products to the wealthiest country on earth. And if they want to compete with American workers, then let's just not tax our American workers. It means creating level playing fields, and it means that America will be great by reducing the taxes that we pay and driving the ones that they pay. So what that means is the External Revenue Service will put up tariffs or walls that protect you. And that means if these companies don't want to pay, there's only one thing they can do: build their factories in America, hire Americans with great high-paying jobs. Let's double the size of our unions in America, but not just by adding more and more great-paying jobs. That's our objective. So today is the beginning of celebrating the return of common sense and ending the decades of disrespecting the American worker and the disrespect and unfair treatment of our workers. Today, Donald Trump returns to the White House and prosperity returns to America. Thank you all. And I love today. What a day.
All right, that's Donald Trump's Commerce Secretary nominee Howard Lutnick, former CEO of the investment bank Cantor Fitzgerald, and a huge crypto enthusiast. Of course, Donald Trump's supporters hoping for deregulation in that sector and hoping that this president, the 47th, can bring that deregulation in. This is happening right now at the Capital One Arena, which is an arena in Washington here, and where Donald Trump is set to return later on today to speak to thousands of supporters. But David, we heard there from Howard Lutnick sort of re-emphasizing some of the themes that Donald Trump brought up in that inaugural address, specifically that America First policy that he's pursuing fervently.
America First and the External Revenue Service, so that we're going to get our federal funds not by the income tax, but we're going to return to the days of the turn of the century when we put tariffs on things, and that's how we raised our money. Problem is, number one, we weren't running $4 trillion budgets with a $1 trillion deficit, and we didn't have 30 years of globalization. Can you really reverse yourself and now rely on a tariff, which we did at the turn of the century, now in the 21st century?
I think also if we were breathing a sigh of relief as Canadians about the lack of an application of tariffs today, that speech should not put us at ease. Like, clearly there's a philosophical, belief in tariffs on their own merit. No matter what border plan we put forward, no matter how much we spend on NATO, it appears like there's a commitment in this administration to the idea that they will be able to better raise revenue through tariffs than income tax domestically. That is potentially problematic for Canada moving forward.
In fact, they've talked repeatedly about cutting back the IRS, reducing its size, reducing its power. And there are also the pending renewal of the Trump tax cuts.
Which the tariffs would help pay for if you added revenue that way.
Exactly.
But the problem is that you can't raise through tariffs enough money to cover our budget deficit. It just the math doesn't add up. And when you raise those tariffs, it will contribute to inflation. I mean, those are just the numbers. So they're going to hit reality.
Doge is going to take care of it, right? They're going to cut back the government.
Gene, of course, referencing the Department of Government Efficiency, Elon Musk heading that up and vowing to really slash the civil service. But, what's interesting about today is that, again, we keep going back to this, but this is a president who had vowed to impose tariffs on Canada on day one. That so far has not happened. And we were hearing from some of our earlier guests, Vassy from Goldie Hyder from the Business Council of Canada, that even though there is this philosophical push to implement these tariffs, there seems to be right now, in this moment, some kind of political arm wrestle going in, even with people in his own administration, about how punitive these tariffs could be for Americans themselves.
Well, particularly in the Canadian case, and many of our guests, including these two panelists here, have mentioned, right? Like, the input chain is no longer one because of globalization, and in particular in the context of our two countries, where it's just like you're putting a tariff on a car that comes fully made. You're putting tariffs on parts that go into the car that you then sell elsewhere. So you're making the final product that Americans sell, and they're an export-based economy as well right now, much more expensive. So it's complicated. It sounds like part of that argument at least put the pause or the brakes on these plans for a little while so that they can better study the impact. I think ultimately what we can gather from everything you can piecemeal is, if they do levy the tariffs, the idea is to be more punitive towards, I think, adversaries, people who are less involved in the supply chain than Canada is. That is at least what the Canadian government and businesses are trying to convince this administration of. Maybe there's a few people, it appears today, who are listening. Whether Donald Trump does in the end, I think, is a different question.
And yeah, so the big question right now is how sustained will that be? And of course, everybody in Canada hoping that it is sustained, that those tariffs don't come through, because they would potentially be crippling and punishing tariffs. We've got CTV's Joy Melvin standing by. You know this town better than many, Joy. You've covered U.S. politics for quite some time with a unique Canadian lens on the situation. How do you think this next Trump presidency will be different from the first?
I say the same thing. Buckle up. It's going to be a bumpy ride. It really is. What I do see is a different Donald Trump. He is more confident. He is wielding power, and he knows how government works now. And he's got a lot of people on his side now. He's got the House of Representatives. He has got the Senate. He's got the Supreme Court of Canada. It's a conservative majority. So he's going to enact a lot of these things. Certainly, when he was mentioning some of these executive orders to people at the Capitol Arena, or when they heard his inauguration speech at the arena, they were shouting, they were whooping, they were, this is what they want to hear. This is why they elected him, especially on immigration. Now, it is interesting, though, when he talks about inflation and tariffs, of course, would be a tax on consumer goods imported here to America. A lot of people in this town, Washington, D.C., they know that's going to hurt. But a lot of people in other parts of America just don't know what tariffs could do and just how punishing they could be.
Joy, thank you. You know, so many people on a day like today focusing on the future. Presidential historian David Eisenbach, so much of your work is looking for lessons in the past. Right. But I'm going to ask you to look ahead to the future too today, on a day like today. When people look at today's inauguration, how will history remember this day in particular?
Well, I think it's like all inaugurations. It's a day of high hopes. But as always happens, once you start hitting into realities, both the reality of the politics of Washington as well as economic realities, so many of those high hopes don't pan out. I looked to Ronald Reagan, who promised in 1980 that he could cut taxes and balance the budget. Well, that didn't happen. And I think Donald Trump's going to hit reality too.
Elon Musk speaking at the Capitol Arena. Let's listen in.
Ordinary victory. This was a fork in the road of human civilization. Okay. You know, there are elections that come and go. Some elections are, important. Some are not. But this one, this one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you. It is thanks to you that the future of civilization is assured. Thanks to you. We're going to have safe cities, finally, safe cities. Secure borders, sensible spending, basic stuff. And we're going to take Doge to Mars. I mean, can you imagine how awesome it will be to have American astronauts plant the flag on another planet for the first time?
Donald John Trump.
Kind of a unique moment in presidential inaugurations.
Certainly emphatic and animated. But for now, we'll have to leave it there for our coverage. For now, I'd like to thank my guest, David Eisenbach, presidential historian, and Gene Meserve, CTV international security analyst, for joining us this afternoon. Our coverage continues throughout the afternoon and the evening. Vassy, you'll have Power Play coming up later on.
Yeah, we'll be joined by Industry Minister François-Philippe Champagne and Foreign Affairs Minister Melanie Joly. So lots of perspective on how exactly the federal government is internalizing this, how much of a sigh of relief we can breathe over the lack of imposition of tariffs at this very moment, and what's really to come.
And of course, we'll have more analysis on CTV National News with Sandy Ronaldo, and then you can join me later on tonight for the evening newscast as well. Thanks for joining us. Stick around.
If your New Year's resolution includes saving money, then you don't want to miss the final weekend of the store-wide inventory clearance at the Brick. Save up to 60% off in-store clearance items. Queen-size spring wall willow mattresses start at only $3.99. Buy more, save more on bedroom and dining furniture, up to 25% off. Save on major kitchen appliances, plus buy 3 or more and also save the tax. Finally, a resolution you can keep. The Brick, saving you more.
We insure your car so you can enjoy the ride.